Hey Lewis, so is Kelvin helping you out with? Okay. I think the stream can hear us, so if you mute that one, the you see how it
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 5:54 p.m. Eastern Time, and round number 3 is now underway with some really awesome matchups. I was just thinking about how, as someone who has played chess tournaments for 28 years, it always feels a bit weird for someone who takes chess competition very seriously to have almost no time to prepare against the opponent, because and that's always going to be the case with the round number 3, round number 5, and round number 7. It's the second game of the day, and the players had to grab some chow after the first round, and of course they're at least a little bit tired, no matter how young or physically fit they might be, and you just don't have the time to prepare for the opponent. Like, you just once you know who the opponent is, the game is about to begin already, so you just sit down and play. Of course, it's an even playing ground because, nobody is getting the info on who their opponent is going to be beforehand. And so they are equally poorly prepared. But let's see what happens here on board number 2 as Komrakulov finally plays his trademark Alipin variation against the Sicilian defense for the first time. In this tournament, it would be a weird tournament if Komrakulov does not play at least one Alipin. And Mikola Bortnik decides to go for knight f6. I mentioned in the previous round that this is my favorite move for black. And after e5, knight d5, knight f3. Black has played d6. So I play this variation with the white piece, with the black pieces as well. I trust it with my life. I believe that black 100% equalizes. The way Mikola Bortnik is playing against Komrakulov here, in my opinion, is the very best way to play against the Alipin. The very best way. Chess Dude Guy is with us. Awesome to have you here. Bishop to c4. So here's what happens with this variation, guys. Where would white want to develop the light squared bishop, right? What's the ideal diagonal to develop this bishop? Certainly it's this one. With the pawn structure on e5 and d4, we want the light squared bishop along the b1 to h7 diagonal. But the bishop should not be played here right now, because after d takes c5, d takes c5, and knight to b4, the bishop is under attack. And the queens are going to be traded in a way that is completely beneficial to black. So let's say bishop to e2, queen takes check, and king takes d1, so that this knight doesn't go to either c2 or d3. But then after bishop f5, and queenside castling, where this rook comes to d8 with a check, and the c2 square and the d3 square are under attack, white is almost lost. So bishop d3 is the right idea. It's the best diagonal, but it's a very poor move. It's just the wrong execution of the idea. So this bishop goes to c4, and it's by far and wide the best square for this bishop, because pinning the knight with bishop b5 also belongs to the category of the right idea, but the wrong execution. because of queen a5 check. And the only way for white not to lose a piece now is to play knight c3. Knight takes c3, bishop takes c6 check, b takes c6, b takes c3, queen takes c3 check, bishop to d2. So the queen protects the rook, but white will not be allowed to castle kingside after after black plays queen to d3. White will not be allowed to castle on the king side, and this bishop is coming to a6 as well, and black has a huge advantage. There's one funny line that goes, I'm trying to recall that. There's a line where after queen e2, we trade, play bishop a6 check, king to e3, g6, then bishop check, king to e4, and d5 is a checkmate. So here's an example of how things could go horribly wrong for white. But playing the bishop to c4 is the right idea here, because after knight b6, now the bishop goes to b5, and queen a5 check is not there. Queen a5 check is not there. Long term, it would still be ideal for white to find its way back to this diagonal, but in my opinion, it's not possible for white to accomplish that against black's move order. Black's move order here is extremely accurate. But against bishop b5, I always play d takes z5, and Bortnik quickly played bishop to d7 instead. Yeah, this is not a wrong move. It's just that in my personal philosophy, when I'm playing the black side of the Alipin, whenever I can force white to recapture with a piece on e5 rather than a pawn, I'm taking that opportunity. So I like to play d takes c5 immediately, because if white captures with the pawn, then I get to trade the queens and of course expose the white king on this diagonal, and then I'll play g6 and bishop to g7. Black is already slightly better. So white has to capture with the knight, producing an isolated queen pawn, and in my opinion, it's a significant strategic gain for black if we can prevent white from keeping a pawn on e5. So bishop to d7 is now played, and there is a threat in place, because if white castles kingside, that loses a piece to knight takes e5. Bishop takes d7 check, and the knight from e5 takes on d7, and white has lost a piece. So knight takes d7 is white's main move, and white grabs the bishop there. But whenever we're talking about IQP positions, positions where one of the players has an isolated queen pawn, the bishop pair is not relevant information. The bishop pair is not a big deal in IQP positions. So what's more important? What's really relevant in IQP positions? Well, domination of the d5 square and the ability to put pressure against the isolated pawn itself. So black's position is very, very pleasant here, and this is black fully equalizing in the opening. This is how I like to play as black. I rate bishop d7 as being very, very marginally worse just because the queens are not facing each other anymore. And that means after knight c3, d takes c5, white gets to capture with the pawn without trading the queens. And in my opinion, whenever white can keep the pawn on e5 in the Alipin, this is at the bare minimum a nuisance for black to deal with. And so we've had g6 and bishop to g7. I like to fianchetto the bishop here because this pawn formation is really strong defensively against any possible attack along this diagonal. Plus, of course, the fianchettoed bishop already helps with putting more pressure against the central pawn. And Komrakulov has replied with queen to e2. So if Komrakulov has the time to play h3 now to avoid bishop g4 and play the rook to d1 and maybe some bishop g5 ideas, he will get an advantage. He will get an initiative here. Kingside castling for black. So Komrakulov is either going to play h3 or rook to d1 right now. I'm going to imagine it's going to be one of these two. He might want to develop the bishop to f4 as well, adding to the protection of this pawn. Maybe he wants the a rook to go to d1. Seems like a balanced position to me, but I personally, this might just be my style, but I really like to play with a spatial advantage. And this is what pawns on the 5th rank will do for you in chess. A pawn on the 5th rank will give you a spatial advantage. And this is what this pawn is giving white. Having a spatial advantage does not mean having an advantage. Because, of course, the more space you grab, the more you have to defend. And if black can play queen c7, bishop g4, and put pressure against e5, he can at least equalize for sure. So we will see how this is going to continue, but looks like a pretty well played opening for both. Let's take a look at the Penguin GM playing the black pieces against FIDE Master Leif Pressman. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Bishop to c4, bishop to c5. So we have one more Italian opening. The Italian opening is all the rage these days. But Leif Pressman is playing it in a different way. The vast majority of the Italian players nowadays, they like to play the pawn to d3 and the pawn to c3, and this knight gets developed to d2 and then maneuvered via f1 to either e3 or g3. This is the main approach, and what is favored by the majority of the proponents of this opening for white. But Leif Pressman is playing in the old style, we could call it, how this used to be played over 100 years ago, where white develops both knights very quickly, black follows suit, and we have a 4 knights opening by transposition. This is super equal. And Andrew Tang is already down 18 minutes on the clock. He's always down on the clock. And I always get a kick out of that. Everybody knows how good Andrew Tang is in bullet chess online, but he is a completely different animal in classical chess. He takes his time, and he doesn't mind being behind on the clock. What is really important to him is that his decisions are very well thought out, and that he makes sure that he's playing the deepest brand of the game he is capable of playing. Let's go to board number 3, where veteran Grandmaster Michael Rode, 65-year-old Grandmaster, is playing black pieces in a battle of generations against the young Liam Putnam, who achieved his international master title this year. We have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Bishop to b5, knight to f6. So this is the Spanish opening, the Ruy Lopez, and this is the Berlin variation. Michael Rode indicating that he wants to go for the Berlin Wall. For those who are unfamiliar with it, the Berlin Wall is when white castles kingside and black goes ahead and captures the e4 pawn. And after white plays d4, trying to open up the position, trying to open up the e-file and pin the knight, black plays the knight to d6, attacking the bishop on b5. And white replies by capturing on c6. Black plays d takes c6 and white plays d takes c5. The knight goes to f5 and we have a queen trade. And in the ensuing queenless middle game, white attempts to prove that he's got a positional long-term advantage due to the fact that he has a better kingside pawn structure through which he can create a passed pawn in the endgame, while black tries to demonstrate that this is something very small and that black is completely okay because it's a bishop pair in an open position, and with the queens traded off, the king is not exposed. This defensive system was thought of as slightly subpar for many, many decades. So if you showed this variation to Emmanuel Lasker in 1915 or to Mikhail Botvinnik in 1945, or if you showed it to Bobby Fischer in 1970, they would probably all have the opinion that this is mildly incorrect and that black should suffer. This was the mindset of the entire Grandmaster community up until the year of 2000, when the 13th world champion Garry Kasparov was unexpectedly and surprisingly dethroned by his former pupil Vladimir Kramnik in London, when Vladimir Kramnik utilized as his sole weapon against Garry Kasparov's king's pawn opening this very defense, which is now considered to be one of the most solid openings for black in all of chess, period. And it's known as the Berlin Wall. So I live in a city in Brazil called Goiânia, and 1.5 million people with very warm weather throughout the whole year. I'm drinking lots of water today because it's pretty hot. And so let's see the temperature. Right now it's 8:13 p.m. and it's 80 degrees right now. In New York City it's 6:13 p.m. Oh yes, and it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit. 30 degrees. So winter is coming. D3, D6, kingside castling, and bishop to D7. So clearly the reason why Liam Putnam played D3 was to avoid the Berlin Wall. He does not want to allow knight takes e4. And after D6, kingside castling, bishop to D7, and rook to E1. The way Michael Rode is playing the opening is typical of someone who wants to fianchetto the dark squared bishop. I'm going to assume that he is not planning on bishop e7, and that instead he will play g6, bishop g7, and kingside castling, and build a King's Indian-ish type of development. After which, at some point, he will attempt to move the knight from f6 and push the pawn to f5. So that's Michael Rode. Grandmaster Michael Rode playing on board number 3 there. Let's take a look at board number 4, where FIDE master Nicolas Matta, rated 2253 FIDE, is playing against international master Aaron Jacobson. We have d4, e6, c4, and b6, and this is known as the English defense. This was popularized by a whole bunch of creative English chess players in the 1980s, like Anthony Miles. And it was played a bunch of times by the elite British Grandmaster Nigel Short in the 1990s as well. Personally, I don't think it's that great. I don't think it's that great. We need to do something. Let's do a little something here. Just because the e4 variation gives white an advantage, for sure. White needs to know a bit of theory to get into this line, but what usually happens is, so black plays the bishop to b7, we play the bishop to d3. And there are some crazy lines that white needs to study really well with the engines and everything when black tries to play f5, because black tries to put some pressure against g2. And this is actually a good line for white. When we look at it for the first time, say, okay, white should be lost. That rook is gone. Yes, but we have queen h5 check. If the king goes to e7, there's queen g5 check, and we pick up the bishop. And if the pawn goes to g6, then we go ahead and take it. Because after knight f6, white gets a huge advantage with g7 check, knight takes h5, and g takes h8. But black is not forced to play the f5 line. There are more solid approaches, like, for example, playing knight c6 and replying to knight e2, which protects the pawn, with knight b4, going after the light squared bishop. And then white plays knight bc3, attempting to play bishop b1 next. Black is not going to allow that. Black takes on d3 and queen takes d3. And this is nice and solid for black, although white has to have an advantage due to the fact that these pawns are way, way too strong. And there's just no way a pair of bishops can be as strong as a pawn center like this one. And the same is true with f5 without c4 and e6 inserted, as mentioned by Gefilte Fish. The move which was played by Nicolas Matta here, a3. This move is okay. I just don't think it's the most accurate, but it's very common that black goes for a Dutch setup with f5 to control the e4 square. The bishop and the pawn are controlling e4. And then white plays d5 here. So one of the worst things that black can do in this position is push e5. This is a very, very wrong move. Strategically, it's horrible because then this light squared bishop is hitting a wall of granite and will keep doing that for the remainder of the game. White can go ahead and play e4. f4 is not a possibility because queen h5 check captures the e5 pawn. And if d takes e4, knight takes e4, followed by bishop d3, knight f3, the g5 square, for example, is fantastic for these knights. This diagonal is superb for the bishop, and white is just better. Okay. So there's no way a player of Aaron Jacobson's level is going to play e5. He plays knight f6. Instead, he's got 1, 2, 3 attackers against d5. But white, of course, has 3 defenders as well with pawn, knight, and queen. And white goes for the fianchetto of the light squared bishop with g3, bishop g2. And after that, Nicolas Mata is probably going to try to develop the knight to f3 and then centralize the knight on d4. I personally don't like to play these lines as black. But I don't think that they are bad either. It's a style thing. It's certainly a bit speculative, but in order to try to play for a win, this is certainly an interesting approach. And Aaron Jacobson develops the bishop to d6 here. Normally, this bishop is developed to d6 when white has committed to developing the knight via h3 and then f4, because then black can play the bishop to e5 and fianchetto the bishop in a weird way. But whenever white can develop the knight to f3, taking the e5 square away, then that defeats the purpose a little bit of having the bishop on d6. At least this is how I understood this maneuver. But we've had knight to f3, kingside castling, bishop to g2, and queen to e7. This is what we have so far. Board number 5. Lin Shizhu is playing white against the FIDE master Joshua Colas. We have e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and an open Sicilian, which is last and last common nowadays. I personally love it. d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4. a6 and bishop d3. So this is the Khan variation of the Sicilian. It's an extremely flexible way to play as black. Extremely flexible. This knight can be developed on c6 or d7. This pawn can stay on b7 for a while or can quickly go to b5. This knight can go to f6 or e7 followed by c6 or e7 followed by g6. The dark squared bishop can be developed via e7 or via fianchetto. So flexibility is the word of order here. Black positions the pawns on useful squares on e6 and a6. And then depending on what white does, black will decide to develop the pieces this way or that way. Knight f6, the knight cannot be harassed by the pawn on e5 because black will play queen a5 check and pick up the pawn. So we have kingside castling and d6. Queen to e2 and queen to c7. And Lin Shizu is deciding on c4, a Maroczy bind approach. The knight's going to be developed to c3 only after the pawn goes to c4. And black has replied with the fianchetto of the dark squared bishop. So this is a great diagonal for the bishop, and black is always running the risk of allowing the d6 pawn to become like very, very slightly weak. Because right now it's not being attacked and it's already being defended once, but we can't really make sure that at some point in the future this pawn is not going to become a target. It's certainly not a huge cause for concern for black, though. This is how these positions are played. And, you know, the risk that the pawn might become weak on d6 in the future that's just how the cookie crumbles. It's no big deal. So with the Maroczy formation, white has all the protection on the b5 square. 5 pieces, no less than 5 pieces are attacking b5. So black can't possibly make this move safely. Because of that, black develops with b6, and we will have a double fianchetto by FIDE master Joshua Colas. And then board number 6. The young teenage FIDE master Brian Enming Lin is playing white against the Irishman John L. Hughes. Let's take a look at that. E4, C5, knight f3, knight c6, and also an open Sicilian. And black decides to go for the Kalashnikov variation. Relatively uncommon. The Kalashnikov variation is like the last well-known cousin of the Sveshnikov variation, which is when knight f6 and knight c3 are inserted first, and only then does black play e5. But yes, e5 was played. White's knight is going to b5 anyway, and White's idea is to play the knight to d6 with a check, winning the bishop pair early on because black would be forced to give up the dark squared bishop, and black plays d6. White plays knight to c3. This is my favorite way of playing the white side of the Kalashnikov as well. But it is equally possible to go for c4. Um, c4 improves white's grip on the d5 square. I've never really enjoyed, to play this line as white, to be honest. And once again, I talk a lot about style. Whenever I'm teaching chess to my students and doing these broadcasts as well, there are different personalities in life and there are different styles in chess. Gefilte Fish, thank you so much for saying that. I really love chess, you know. Been studying, playing the game for 28 years now, and talking about the game for hours and hours on end is quite a treat for me. So it's really awesome for me to get a little bit of feedback that you are enjoying it as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So talking about styles here, two different ways of approaching the Kalashnikov. After white plays c4, he will be able to play this knight to c3 and have a whole bunch of pieces and pawns controlling the d5 square. So the question is, if the d5 square is the most important square on the board, so why shouldn't white play like this absolutely every single time? Well, this is why. So we have bishop e7, white plays the knight to c3, and white is threatening knight d5, followed by knight c7 with a fork. So this is the moment for black to play a6 and kick the other knight out. It has to go back to a3, which is not a fantastic square. And then after bishop e6, knight to c2 and bishop g5. This is one of the main lines here, and I really enjoyed the black side here. Bishop to e2, bishop takes c1, knight f6. I don't like personally to allow my opponent to have good bishop versus bad bishop scenarios early on in the game. So this is definitely not by any means a worse position for white. Quite the opposite. It's a normal slight advantage for white, and black needs to prove equality type of position. But black's bad bishop has been traded with white's good bishop, and the black is left with a good bishop versus white's bad bishop. If black is able at some point in the future to establish a knight on d4 to go with the better light squared bishop, black can get very comfortable, even favorable versions of an endgame. So observe that if white does not play c4, whenever a black knight goes to d4 at some point in the future, we can eject that knight by playing c3. If we play c4, we lose that ability. So the domination of the d4 square becomes relevant for black. So it's a style thing, right? Because I don't like having bad bishops against good bishops. However, whoever likes to play this variation with the white pieces, and there are many grandmasters who love to play this as white, and he's completely aware of everything I mentioned, and they still love to play it as white. Why? Because the Maroczy bind formation grants white an advantage in space. And I prefer to watch out for the minor pieces, and I don't like having bad bishops and stuff. But anybody who rates space as something more relevant than the minor piece battle would be inclined to play this line as white. I am not. It's always interesting to talk about good ideas that good players will never play because it's not their personality. There's this famous Magnus quote when he said that if you have a style, if you have a preference in a style, you have a weakness. And wow, the only chess player in history who can probably say that. Everybody else but Magnus Carlsen has a style and preferences, and he has built himself into the ultimate chameleon. And more power to him. But other than Magnus, everybody has a personality and a style and preferences. So white plays knight c3. That is threatening to play knight d5. And so black plays a6 right now, expels this knight, and the knight has to go to a3. And that's what was played. The main move for black here is to play b5, threatening the fork. And then after white plays the knight to d5, then black chooses between playing one of the two knights to e7. This is usually how this goes. But John Hughes has a different idea, and he has not played b5. He has not played b5. Instead, he has played the bishop to e6. This is a sideline. This is not regarded as a top move by theory, just because as white retreats the knight to a3, the knight is finding its way to c4, which is a very nice centralized square, putting pressure against d6. And after bishop e6 is played, black has done really nothing to stop knight c4, which gives white the opportunity to move this knight back to a centralized square one more time. But this is move 8 for white. And take a look at this knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So out of white's 8 moves, 5 of them were played with this knight. So 62.5% of white's moves so far have been played with this knight. And what's more, black plays the rook to b8, and now the knight goes to e3 to dominate the d5 square completely, also putting extra pressure against f5. And now we're talking about 6 out of 9 moves were played with the same knight. And that's 66.66%. Actually, people who are really, really good at math, a math teacher once explained to me that it's incorrect to say that 2/3 equals 66.66%, because there is a mathematical law where you have to round up numbers when the last number is 5 or higher. So instead of 66.66, 2/3 actually equals 66.67%. And that was cool. When I heard it for the first time, I said, oh, really? I have to do that? Yes. So what about 44.44%? No, so it stays 44.44. What about 55.55? What about 55.55555? No, then it's 55.56. You have to round it up. G3 was played and black has played H5. Okay. Oh, that's too much for me. Adam Tar. Oh, why am I bringing up math? You know, There's a bunch of chess players with me, bound to be a bunch of people who are good at math, and I know nothing about math, and I have to bring it up. You just keep rounding up. Is 70 is of course 66.7 60. Oh, okay, I understand the logic there. And 70 is 100. I played poker professionally for 9 years, and in poker back in those days, like 15 years ago when I was playing professionally, there were like two ways of approaching the game, approaching poker strategy. So we had the math guys and you had the feel guys. So I was never a math guy. I played poker as the feel guy. So I would just like try to play the man, not the cards. And I would try to, think about strategy and think about position. And I had a very good knowledge of basic math, but that was all. And other than that, I just tried to feel the human being that I was playing against. And I loved that part of the game, actually. But one thing that happened with I don't play poker anymore just because, in my personal opinion, chess and poker, they don't go along well. And when I played poker for 9 years, there was barely any chess in my life. Now that chess is my life, so there's no room for poker. You just have to make your choice. So I don't play any poker anymore, and I don't even miss it. But it's interesting to see how the poker world, the trend is such nowadays that the discussion is over. There's no such thing as feel guys versus math guys. The math guys won. The feel guys are dinosaurs, and so if I were by any chance still playing poker professionally, I would, belong to this like dinosaur group of older guys with older approaches who are still trying to feel and read their opponents as opposed to doing lots and lots and lots of hard mathematical equations. So Head of Dog would assume that I was a math poker guy. So nowadays the answer is yes, Head of Dog. All the amazing poker players are extremely good at math. And there's this one thing called, what's it called? What's the acronym? GTO, called Game Theory Optimal. There's this mathematician called John Nash Jr. who came up with game theory, and you have to study amazing mathematical equations. I never learned them. I always I enjoy the human aspect of competition. That's just the thing, It's not as much I hate math. It's more like I'm fascinated by the human battle. And I really try to focus on that, on chess and poker. And I really love watching combat sports as well, just looking at the mental warfare and trying to approach different personalities and different styles and how they match up with yours and all that kind of stuff is something that I always found fascinating. So h3, bishop to h1, and rook to c8. Knight d5. So white wants the c3 knight to go to d5, not the other one, because we want to be able to push this pawn to c3 and deprive the opponent's knight of the ability to jump to d4. We've had bishop takes d5. And that's a big question for white now on whether to take with the knight or the pawn. So if we take this with the knight, then knight takes d5 and queen takes d5. So this is white attempting to put pressure on the d file and say, I'm going to play c3, bishop to e3, and rook ad1 and attack the d file. It would be awesome if this could materialize, but Black plays knight d4, and that threatens the c2 pawn, but most importantly, it threatens the checkmate in one, and white is lost. White is just lost. Because of that, white is compelled to take on d5 with the pawn. And it doesn't make a lot of sense for black to play the knight to d4 now, because after c3, where does the knight go? b5 is the only square, and after knight b5, I will expel it with a4, and it has to go back to c7. And this is black losing far too many tempi to play the knight to a bad passive position. Thank you there. Thank you, head of dog. So knight to b8 is better. This knight goes to d7 later. We have c4, g6, b4, knight bd7. So the position is probably very, very balanced here, and Brian Enmingling has played the bishop to d2. This is really about style once again. White has a great pawn majority on the queen side with a 4 versus 3 majority here. And it is quite possible that white can make a good c5 advance happen, being it a sacrifice or not. For example, sometimes we can play c5 to vacate the c4 square for the knight. Sometimes you can play c5 to answer d takes c5 with d6, and then the light squared bishop attacks b7. All of those dynamic ideas are available to white here. And these positions are. They are balanced, but white typically attacks the queen side, and black utilizes his own king side majority to go after the white king instead. So there are certainly those who prefer to play the black side of these positions. I prefer to play the white side. I know there's that, ancient argument that why would you prefer to attack the queen side? Why would you prefer to attack pawns and files when you can go after the king himself? I prefer to play the black side. I advance my pawns towards the king and I go and attack the king. Yes, I understand the argument, but if in the pursuit of my king you make a mistake that weakens your position, I love to be that guy who's going to be there to pick up the pieces of whatever's left in the debris of your unsound position, and do everything that I can to try to pick your entire position apart and exploit everything that became weak in the process of attacking. So once again, a matter of style. Let's take a look at board number 7 when international master Kevin George of Egypt, we talked to him. He told us he's 14 years old and he still does not have a grandmaster norm, but he does have this dream that he will become a grandmaster. And I, for one, will be badly rooting for him to make that happen. So knight f3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6. Knight to c3 and a6. We have the Najdorf variation. We have a whole bunch of open Sicilians at the top boards today. White plays the Sozin attack with bishop to c4, and black plays a very unorthodox move. This is very rare. Last time I saw this move must have been over 5 years ago. I didn't even know this was still a thing. Is this a thing? I guess that's a thing. Wow, this is incredibly offbeat. Uh, this is frowned upon by a lot of people because when white develops the bishop to c4, white is claiming ownership of this diagonal, and almost everybody and their cousin playing the black pieces here, they will play e6, and this is almost black saying, hey, you gave away your plan way too early because I will not play e5 then. I will play e6. I will control the d5 square. I will not let this bishop attack f7 directly. I will use my pawn structure to play against your light squared bishop. But instead, when black plays e5, black is doing none of those things. So d5 is dominated by white. f7 is a soft spot. Yes, nowadays, I would argue, gefilte fish, that it's pretty impossible to deliver like high-level commentary on a game, especially if you're looking at 8 games at once, like we're doing right now during these streams, without looking at the engines at least a little bit. You know, the engines, they will have the final word in many critical positions, but as much as possible, I believe that we should all focus on the human side of the battle, just because when it's go time and we're playing our own chess tournaments in our own games, there are no computers there to help us out. And we should be able to dissect a chess position utilizing our own brain, thinking for ourselves, and just understanding what the right mental approaches are for picking a position apart and dissecting it. This is something I really try to focus on as a coach, because the way the engines are and how chess players worldwide are addicted to just saying, hey, no, but the engine said that e6 is better than e5. And then you ask them why. I said, that's what the engine said. And then, you know, that is a waste, in my opinion, because the game of chess is so deep and so beautiful, and this type of approach makes the game poorer. That's my personal view. b5, kingside castling, and bishop to b7. Knight to g3 and knight bd7. I was wondering, where's h5? Everybody's playing h5. Oh, there you have it. Exactly, gefilte fish. I will use the engine in several critical positions, but the focus has to be us understanding what's going on, right? I was just making a joke that, hey, why didn't black play h5 here? It's like, oh, you want h5? You got it. So black wants to dislodge this knight by playing h4 and then being able to attack this pawn later on. Certainly very aggressive, very ambitious. And white has played knight f5. Took Kevin George 11 minutes to make this decision. He does not want to wait until black plays h4. And then we've had b4. F takes c5. D takes c5 and knight e5. Cool. I'm just taking a moment to understand, why is it that Kevin wanted to take on e5 as an intermediate move before playing knight d5. I talked to him, during the previous round, and he seems to be extremely smart and deliberate. What is the exact reason there? I think I see. He does not want a piece on d5. He wants a pawn. So by taking on e5 first and then playing knight d5, he wants to be able to push d6 as quickly as possible. So if he played knight d5 right now, this is the pawn structure which we would have, where this pawn does not advance. And of course, the light squared bishop is staring at its own pawn. That's the thing. So this is extremely strong. This is very, very high level chess. Manipulation of pawn structure. That's what this is. So he plays f takes e5 first, and then knight e5. Quite an ordeal for black here to decide between taking with the bishop or the knight. In both cases, d6 is coming. And black has to particularly worry about the coordination of light squared bishop and rook attacking f7. Instead, Aditya played bishop takes d5, and then pawn to g6. Wow. Kevin is going to play d6 here, guys. That's for sure. He's going to play d6 because the knight is attacking the e3 square. That means when he plays d6, if black gives check on this diagonal, he can play the bishop to e3, attacking the queen while the knight is protecting the check. And so I don't know what this looks so horrible for black. Kevin can play d6 and then just put the knight on e7 and leave it there. He's found an outpost on the 7th rank for the knight right after the opening. Exactly, gefilte fish. It was a no! Kevin! Kevin didn't play d6. Kevin. And he played it quickly, too. Just a minute and a half. No. D6, Kevin. D6 is fantastic. D6 and 97. I felt like the game was over. I was so sure this was Kevin's idea. Queen check is a bad move. Bishop e3 just gains a tempo. Anywhere else the queen goes, I want to play the knight to e7. Bishop takes e7. D takes e7. I'll happily sacrifice the pawn and put the bishop here. Probably Brendo. Probably. It does entail the sacrifice of a pawn, but take a look at that. Take a look at that sacrifice of a pawn. Take a look at them bishops. I'm going to have a talk with you. I just talked to him once during the previous round, and now you think you're his buddy. I'm going to talk to you. You have some explaining to do. This I can absolutely This is absolutely short. D6 is extremely strong. D6 97 is very, very. White wins. We had bishop c5, king to h1. Okay, now that's a different game. The only board we have not looked at yet at the top 8 boards is exactly board number 8, where the super young 13-year-old international master Eshan Habar is playing white. A 13-year-old international master. He's playing against Nathaniel Moore. Nathaniel Moore, he really was the highlight of the previous round. His interview was so funny. You can just see that he's like one of those creative types who is creative not just at the chessboard. He's a creative conversationalist as well, and he's got this great energy, and he likes to joke around and have fun. And the interview with him in the previous round was it really was a highlight of the previous round. Okay, so we have the Queen's Indian defense, fianchetto variation with good old bishop a6. White can protect this pawn with pawn to b3, which is the main line, but also knight bd2, or queen to c2, or queen to a4, or queen to b3. Bunch of ways to protect the pawn. B3 is by far and wide the most popular one. And black plays bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and bishop e7. So why does black plays the bishop to b4 check first if he wants this bishop to be developed on e7? And the answer to that is that in black's opinion, the d2 square belongs to the knight, not the bishop. So he enjoys forcing the bishop to occupy that square. One of the arguments is that whenever black plays d5 to attack the c4 pawn, then the knight cannot be developed to d2 to defend it. So it's actually quite a common thing that some specialists of this line with the white pieces will play the bishop to c3 here, and then knight d2, and develop in this way. So normal in Super say, what's a 2100 doing with the IM title? It's an old man. No, it's quite the opposite. It's a 13-year-old young phenom. Kingside castling for white, and d5 and knight to e5. Knight f d7 and bishop to f4. So observe that black wants to play the f knight to d7, not the other one, because of the weakness of the c6 pawn. This would be really bad, of course. So knight f d7, bishop f4, knight takes c5, bishop takes c5, and kingside castling. This doesn't look very impressive for white. Nathaniel Moore certainly has a very good position. It's a pretty weird bishop on e5. Knight d7 develops the knight, gaining a tempo against it. And after rook c8, yeah, this is... Black is preparing to play c5, and black certainly has a very good position. The Rick Belundle. Awesome to have you here, sir. Did he get the IM title in something like an Olympiad? So if anyone has that information, I would actually be interested to know as well, because normally when we see a 13-year-old international master, he's on the up and up, and he's rising fast. And in this case, we have this FIDE rating of 21-21, which usually we see more often with older veteran international masters, right? So the question is, did he get the title the normal route? Did he get to 2400 and get 3 norms? Let's take a look at his FIDE profile here, just to see where he peaked. So he's very young, has not been playing for many years. I might be able to simply go ahead and share this screen. Let me, there you go. So this is Sean Hebar's FIDE profile, United States of America, born in 2011, international master, and just a few years ago, not like literally 2 years ago, he was in 1800, and he peaked at 2208 in September 2024. So he's very active on the circuit, and just 3 months ago, his rating was about 100 rating points higher. But since he has never reached 2300, let alone 2400, he certainly did not get the title via the good old way of the 3 norms plus the 2400 rating. So he won the international master title in some other type of condition. He might one pretty common way of getting the international master title when you're very young is winning or placing very highly at like junior world championships and junior Pan American championships, and this might have been his route, which of course is completely legitimate, and good on him that he has been able to win 300 rating points in just 2 years. There you go, gefilte fish. Was that his route? Did you look it up? World Youth Championship? And D takes E4. Leif Pressman versus Andrew Tang. We had stopped on move 5. D6, knight to A4. So this was Leif Pressman's strategy. Oh yes, it is common. That is true. And I'm going to assume it was either in a World Youth or Pan American Youth. So Leif Pressman wants the bishop there, and Andrew Tang, of course, allowed it on purpose, allowed knight a4 on purpose. If he really wanted to keep his dark squared bishop, he could have played a6, and he didn't do it by choice. That's for sure. So d6, and then knight to a4. Bishop b6, knight takes b6, and a takes b6. Pawn to a4 is directed at keeping the light squared bishop. Otherwise, black would be able to play knight a5 as well. So, for example, if Pressman had castled kingside, Andrew Tang would certainly have played knight a5. So the Pan American, you only get the international master title if you win an under 18 section. What would a 18-year-old player get by winning the Pan American under 20 championship, the under 20? Is it the IM title or the GM title? Uh, A4 is aimed at replying knight A5 with bishop to A2, keeping the light squared bishop alive in the game. Black castles kingside, and white plays the pawn to C3. Bishop E6, bishop takes E6, and pawn takes E6. Kingside castling, and queen to E8. So the open F file is something that benefits black, but at the same time, the double pawns here can be a slight problem just because they are less mobile. It can be quite hard for black to play a move like D5 safely without being put under pressure on the E file. Pressman plays the rook to E1 precisely to let Andrew Tang know that D5 is not going to be tolerated. And certainly D5 should not be played here. There is no under 20 Pan American. I have played an under 20 Pan American, so they don't exist anymore. I have played one of those myself. Are they extinct? I seriously wouldn't know. E takes D5, E takes D5, and bishop F4. This is much, much better. Actually, this just wins a pawn outright. This just wins a pawn. Okay, but Andrew Tang would never play D5 here. So he had rook E1, queen to G6, and H3 and H6. And then pawn to D4. Okay. So it took Pressman 9 minutes to make this decision. So there is a Pan American under 20. But so they still do exist. But I really don't recall if the winner of that tournament wins the International Master title outright or the GM title. I am thinking it's the GM title. I'm thinking. Amy Michelbo is following us. Thank you for the follow. Awesome to have you here, Amy. E takes D4, C takes D4. I am quite surprised that Pressman played D4. It doesn't look like that type of position where D4 is working very well. Amy is from Quebec, Canada. Hello, hello, hello from Goiânia, Brazil. Okay, so my town, we could call it a city, is the capital of its state in Brazil, and it's called Goiânia, and there's 1.5 million people living here. And how many people live in Quebec? Well, of course, when you're talking about Quebec, there's a difference between the city or the province. Uh, 8.5 million people live in the province of Quebec, and Quebec City itself. Then there's 550,000 people. Wow, this is gorgeous. That's a gorgeous picture of Quebec. Take a look at that. Canada's gorgeous. I didn't think that d4 is good here. That it doesn't feel like this is the right moment to play d4. It is snowing in Quebec, yeah. Mid-December. Sounds like that time of the year again, right? Where I live in Brazil, Goiânia, so we don't have the four seasons here. It's an area where it's always warm, but 5 months out of the year, it's like it never stops raining, and that's November through March. But then 7 months out of the year, and that's April through October. It looks like it never rains for 7 months. That's the feeling we get. The reason why I'm not fully understanding this is because after d4, e takes d4, and knight takes e4, the knight is protected. Knight h4 is not doing anything because the queen can just go to h7 and the knight is still protected there. But what white probably wants to do is d5, because after e takes d5, queen takes d5 check, then black is completely lost. But what if black responds? Wait, e takes d4, knight takes c4, d5. What if black responds with knight to e7, controlling the d5 square? This seems all right for black. Yeah. That's really the point, Michelle. It feels like it's too early for d4 here. It's quite common in these positions that white just expands the queen side with b4. Develops the bishop to e3, and then makes further decisions. But Andrew Tang is taking his time. He's down on the clock by 17 minutes. Let's take a look at board number 2, where Kamrakulov is playing Mykola Bortnik. We had stopped on move 12. I mentioned that the position is balanced, but I personally like the white side with a spatial advantage. Queen to c7 attacks the pawn 3 times, and Kamrakulov decides to play a4. With his pawn under attack 3 times, he does not defend it. Talent player, muito boa noite, muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, agradeço. Agradeço de todo coração o comentário, amigo. Always a pleasure to see Brazilian friends popping in and saying hello. The Rick Blunder. Forget that the other knight is still in the way. Yeah, a5 can be quite annoying, but so what does white have against knight takes e5? And this was indeed played by Bortnik. Knight takes e5 has been played by Bortnik. So a5 anyway. This is what happens with Kamrakulov. He plays the Alipin, and then you go, oh, that's going to be a dull game, playing the Alipin. Oh, that's the London system of the Sicilian defense. No, he plays a mean Alipin. So the Alipin should bear 2 different names. There's the regular Alipin, and then there's the mean Alipin. Kamrakulov plays a mean Alipin. He really goes for it, tries to find those loopholes in the opening that will allow him to employ his creative style. He's very unpredictable. So after a5, bishop takes b5. Oh, I see. I see. Knight takes b5 is not going to win a piece, of course. Nice. So Bortnik with the very strong decision there to play knight takes e5. He calculated that this line is good for black because even though the queen and the knight are both under attack, black can play the queen to c4 and white's queen is hanging. And if queen takes c4, black will take with the other knight. Black is simply up a pawn here. Well, well, well. Nikola Bortnik. How long did it take him to make the decision to play knight takes c5 there? Hmm. 8 minutes. 8 minutes it took him. Kamrakulov might have thought that if he simply develops the bishop to f4, protecting the pawn, black will play the bishop to g4, and that's what would have likely happened. And this is just fine for black. Very well developed pieces and very strong pressure against e5. Black is certainly at least equal. So a4 is an interesting attempt to complicate the game, make it more lively. Queen takes b5 and knight to c8 was played by Bortnik. Then that allows knight takes e5, and then instead of taking on e5, he plays a6 first. Brazilian chess, yeah, that is true. In Brazil, we're all thrilled. Today's the first round of the Brazilian Chess Championship. I do have a couple of students playing there in the tournament. And after this round, the third round is over, I'm going to check on how they did. I have a couple of students playing in the Brazilian Championship. Let's take a look at Michael Rode. I'm particularly rooting for him to do well today. Of course, being a veteran GM, 65 years old, Michael Rode is not at his prime, and his rating is not as high as it once was. But a grandmaster is a grandmaster, and I always find it particularly interesting to watch when veteran GMs who are no longer at their very prime, one day they wake up in the morning and they say, "Hey, today's my day. Today I'm gonna play chess like the best version of myself from I don't know how many years ago." And it's kind of unpredictable when that's going to happen, but it does happen. It does happen. It's like, oh, they're gonna play a tournament and they're gonna play 7 rounds. Over the course of like 1 or 2 of those games, then that grandmaster plays like the best version of himself that he once was. I love to be like observant to when that's going to happen. Who is the Brazilian champion? I don't know. Giovanni Vescovi, he's not playing chess anymore, but he was the highest rated Brazilian grandmaster in the last 20 years. He was rated 2664, if I'm not mistaken. He was rated at the 2660 FIDE level during the mid to late 2000s, before 2010. And yeah, Luis Paulo Suppi and Alexander Fier, both grandmasters, rated around 2600. They are the two best chess players in Brazil today. I have had, back in the day, great battles against Fier. Shout out to Liam Putnam. So let's take a look at the opening here. C3, kingside castling, knight bd2, rook to e8. Knight f1, bishop to f8. Knight g3 and pawn to g6. Bishop to a4 and bishop to g7. Bishop to g5 and pawn to h6. Bishop to e3. So Liam Putnam is not concerned with the d5 square. He's letting Michael Rode feel right at ease when it comes to the d5 pawn break. So black can play d5 anytime he wants now. That doesn't mean that it's the best thing to do, that it is fully correct, but it's pretty certain that Liam Putnam... oh, and there you go. Right on cue. Then he does play d5. I was mentioning exactly that. Liam Putnam could have placed his bishop along this diagonal earlier if he wanted to prevent black from making this move. And it is the understanding of Grandmaster Michael Rode that he's got a good version of these central pawn breaks. And I don't see why he would be wrong. E5 is protected by the rook, so bishop takes c6 does not win the e5 pawn. Any queen d2, queen c1 ideas, black can always meet with king to h7. I don't see any reason to say that black does not have a great position. It's been 2 hours since the round number 3 began. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. But before, let's take a look at board number 4. We looked at the position when queen e7 was played, kingside castling, and knight to a6. So the experts in the English defense as black, they avoid playing e5 like the plague, because they want this bishop to be as alive as possible. And so there's the pawn, the bishop, and the knight attacking d5. And sometimes black will even play c6 to put extra pressure against this pawn. So it's really about attacking the d5 square and ensuring that the light squared bishop will have a future. b4, taking away the c5 square from both the knight and the bishop. c6, and c6 was indeed played. So black has 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers against d5. D takes c6, and black has to recapture with the pawn. Taken with the bishop would lose the exchange. b5, bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, attacks the rook and the knight, and white is going to win the exchange and have a better position. So black has to take with the pawn there, and then white replies with e4. This is a typical pawn break. The idea is to answer f takes e4 with knight g5 with a whole bunch of attackers against this move. But black plays bishop e5 now. Bishop e5 looks good. Attacking and pinning this knight. Queen to c2. Now pawn to c5 attacks b4 and protects e4. b5 and knight c7. Whoa. This could become interesting. White has played the bishop to b2. If white has the time, if white has a time to play the rook to e1 and picking up a pawn on e4, then white should have an advantage positionally because the e6 pawn is isolated and pretty weak on an open file. But that's still an if. Black probably does not have a bad position here. So each of these rounds, we are focusing on the top 8 boards, and we have gotten a special request, which we're going to honor, of taking a good look at board number 10, where Jasmine Su, rated 2162, is playing black against the candidate Master Kyle Dong. We're going to take a look at how this game is developing. c4, knight f6, g3, c6. Bishop g2 and d5. So black wants, this is a conflict of interest. Black is saying, I want to play a Slav. And white is saying, yes, I don't. I want to play the ready system. And usually white gets the last word. Bishop to g2, bishop to g7, bishop to b2, kingside castling for both. D takes c4, b takes c4 and c5. d3 and knight c6 and knight to c3. b6, rook e1, bishop b7. I like black's method of development here. And white decides to play e4. This move is weird. I don't like this move at all. That weakens d4, that weakens d3. Knight b4 becomes kind of strong. This move is a bit awkward. Knight g4, knight d5. Bishop takes b2, queen takes b2, e6. So knight f6 check is not possible because this knight is here. So white plays h3 to expel this knight. Nothing else can be done by black other than take on d5 right now. Playing knight h6 and allowing that knight f6 check followed by discovered checks is unthinkable. For example, king g8 check, knight g4 check wins the knight on h6. So e takes d5 is necessary. H takes g4. D takes c4, d takes c4. Queen to e7. This is extremely pleasant for black. White has isolated pawns on the queen side. This is a fantastic pawn structure. e5, rook a d8. Jasmine has a great position. Queen to c3, knight to d4. Knight to d2, bishop takes g2. And king takes. So it's all black here. Black is better. It doesn't look like white is losing any material. e5 is well protected, and this diagonal is no biggie either at the moment. But there's no way white's position is comfortable either. There's just no way. King takes g2. So this is what is going on board number 10, where Jasmine Su, very high rated at 2162, has a better position with the black pieces there. I'm going to leave you guys for a moment while Kamrakulov and Bortnik are going to be here on the main screen. D5. Kamrakulov versus Bortnik. I don't fully understand what's going on here. We're going to analyze this more deeply as I get back. I will be right back, guys. We are back at it. Teacher is gone. Teacher is gone. Teacher is back and well fed. I want to take a look at Jasmine's position here after F5 has been played. What's going on here? Okay, so her move was queen to G5, attacking the G4 pawn, and then white played rook to E4 to defend it. F3 is possible, but it's extremely weakening. It's extremely weakening. So rook E4, getting ready to double the rooks and without weakening the 7th rank makes more sense as a defensive move. And then black has replied with F5. That's pretty strong. Feels really strong by Jasmine. Really strong indeed. Should white take on Passan or not? Should white take on Passan? If en passant, queen takes F6 threatens this pawn, then rook to F1. This seems playable. You know, it's one of those spots where every step of the way white goes, am I holding? Am I holding? Is this okay? Looks like such a fragile, delicate defensive position. But white seems to be holding. However, Kyle did something else. Instead of taking on Passan, which looks like a completely necessary thing, he plays G takes F5 instead. But now what? Because Jasmine is probably going to take with the pawn as well. And where does... This is winning now. Because if the rook blocks the F4 pawn, knight E2 forks the queen and the rook. And if the rook comes back to E3 or E1, black gets to play F4, and this type of attack tends to be just overwhelming. Just overwhelming. Way too strong. Okay, but Jasmine replied with a mistake of her own. She missed the opportunity with G takes F5 here, and she captured with the queen. She's focusing on the open F file and attacking F2. No, but white can play the rook to F1, and white should have a position that's possible to defend now. G takes F5 instead was not the correct structural choice, but it was the best move for sure, and black should be winning. Let's take a look at board number 1. So what's this story about computer says -10? Head of dog. Are you talking about Andrew Tang's? No, Kamrakolov's game, right? Kamrakolov's game. This is so hard to understand. After a6, Kamrakolov played knight to d5. So he really wants to be able to take that pawn on a7. I have just confirmed with the engine something that I had suspected. Bortnik had a good position. Bortnik had a good position up until here, but then a6 was a mistake. A6 was a mistake precisely because by allowing the knight to go to d5 with a tempo gain, the knight attacks e7, which means that in this diagram here, knight d6 no longer works. Because of queen takes e7. And white is up a pawn very cleanly. Where he should have taken here directly with the queen, because due to the fact that white's knight is on c3, queen takes b7 is met by knight d6. The queen is attacked, this pawn is defended, white has not had the time to play the knight there, and to d5, and black's position is just fine. So a6, knight d5. Knight d5 was quite the move too. Was quite the move. Black has to take on e5 and not on b5, because here knight takes c7, rook to b8, knight d7, and black is lost. And so after queen takes b7, rook a7 has to be played. And then queen to c6. Bortnik is suffering. Kamrakolov's Alipin strikes again. This knight on d5 being so much stronger than the knight on c8 is making all the difference. The pawn on a6 is weak. If white is able to play bishop e3, remove the rook and pick up the pawn on a6, then the a5 pawn becomes a very strong passed pawn on the 5th rank. It could still be possible to defend this, but it is certainly hard. Bortnik is going to have to utilize all of his skills now. And he plays the queen to e6. This looks like a very, very good defensive decision. Rudam is following us as of 2 minutes ago. Welcome to the Martial Chess Club. We appreciate you. Queen takes e6, f takes e6, and knight b4. It's usually good defensive strategy whenever your position is in danger of collapsing, to settle for a worse pawn structure but a more solid position in the short term. This is something that Oh, nice. It looks like we'll be able to have our first interview of the round. FIDE master Joshua Colas has finished his game. Let's take a look at let's take a quick look at how that game went. This is board number 5. So we had looked at the opening in this game. FIDE master Joshua Colas playing the black pieces against Lin Shizu. E4, C5, we had the con variation of the Sicilian defense with bishop D3, knight F6, D6, queen to C7, C4, G6. And once he decided to double fianchetto his bishops, this is the last moment we had looked at his game. Let's quickly take a look at how everything else transpired here. B3, rook A C8, queen to F2, and queen to B8. Knight E2 and bishop to C6. Black is preparing the B5 advance really well here. Knight to D4 and bishop to A8. White appears to make a silent offer of a draw by repetition. Black declines it, and white goes for knight A4, attacking B6, and black goes for B5. Okay, this got sharp and tactical. Knight B6 and knight takes D3. Attacks the queen, rook takes D3 is necessary, and then B takes C4 as an intermediate move. This got so interesting. Rook to D8, knight takes A8 and queen takes, rook CD1 and rook to C8. Now white has a problem on C4 as well. These pawns got traded. Queen to H4 and knight to D5, exploiting the horizontal pin of the pawn. Bishop H6, then check. The king goes to H1 and the knight goes to E3, and white seems to be in trouble. This is the last moment of the game that we have here. After bishop takes C3, queen takes C3, black seems to have a great position but not yet winning. And we will be able to have a good talk with FIDE master Joshua Colas himself right here, guys. All right, Joshua, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. How are you?
How are you? Thank you for taking the time to speaking with us a little bit here.
Of course.
So what happened after you played the knight to E3 there? That was not the end of the game, was it?
After knight to E3, I thought he had to capture the knight, and I thought that was his best idea because there's some tactics that are not too trivial, but prior to bishop to H6, I thought he should have played either bishop F2. I thought bishop F2 is natural here in this position.
Because it protects this diagonal better?
I think here I was considering bishop E5. I didn't know if that was pretty concrete, but it felt natural. It felt natural. Rook D7 and perhaps maybe queen C8.
Perhaps queen
after
C8, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what a way to trap a rook. And then if rook A7, you can play bishop B8?
Right. I was looking at ideas like that. It just felt like his pieces were a little bit miscoordinated in this position. So, yeah, the rook is trapped here. You know, it's funny. The knight cannot be captured at any moment. Otherwise, you lose material. So it was an interesting sequence.
Looks almost like an artistic puzzle. And hey, how do you trap this rook in a way that's almost funny? This is cool. But then after queen A7 check, king to H1 and knight to E3. So you're saying that he did not take the knight?
Right. He didn't capture. He played the move rook G1. I think he just missed this knight F5 idea. The knight's, yeah. And yeah, and there, I guess the game is, unfortunately lost. But I think the opening was the interesting part of the game. It was pretty theoretical, hedgehog structure.
Yes.
And there in the middle game, there was a moment I was trying to break through with this b5 idea.
Yeah. So the opening seemed to have been very well played by both here.
Okay.
And he did kind of like offer a draw by repetition there by playing the knight to d4 a couple of times, and he decided not to repeat.
Right.
Yeah, usually when this knight is removed from d4, these are the best moments for black to try to make the b5 break happen, and it seems that you took advantage of that really well. So after knight to e5, was there a verbal draw offer by your opponent around this moment here?
There was not a verbal draw offer, but I knew, he wanted to kind of see where my head is at by repeating with knight d2 and knight e2.
Yes.
But I wanted to play a few more moves here. I was also considering knight c5 instead of knight e5 in this position.
Yeah.
But after bishop to b1, it wasn't too. I was calculating b5. But I think he always has this b4 idea, which could be a little uncomfortable for black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, because then after a move like knight d7, if you can establish b5 as a clear target like this, then this could be unpleasant for black, because after bishop c6, the knight comes back to d4 in a really good way.
Right. White is building the initiative there. And just going back, so that's why I opted for knight e5. I felt that the tactics worked out in my favor. If bishop takes b6, for the audience, this knight g4. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, yes. Okay. Black. So white will not be able to keep the queen on the same diagonal that protects the bishop there. And then what happens after bishop a7?
I thought I had queen. I'm sorry, knight takes f2.
Knight takes f2.
And yeah, bishop takes b8, and then knight takes d1.
Knight takes d1. And then bishop takes d6.
And then knight takes
Knight
b3.
takes c3. Nice.
Yeah. I think that's the only move that works in my favor, because if there's no knight takes c3, then I think he's okay. He may be okay, but yeah.
Wow. So this had to be calculated pretty deeply there. Yeah. So
Right.
in this particular variation, you win a piece.
Yes.
And if he doesn't play bishop a7, then he's just losing the queen.
He's just losing.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. So bishop takes b6 is a blunder, and this is a very, very nice trap there. That's very, very possible to fold for. But
Right.
after knight a4, b5 seems to be completely correct here. And the intermediate moves which you played later on, had you already calculated them when you made the decision to play b5 here?
B5 was more or less intuitive. I knew that I always have like knight takes d3 followed by pawn takes c4. I didn't know which order was correct between pawn takes pawn first or knight takes d3.
Mm-hmm.
But after he played knight b6, that's when I started to take more time to calculate, and I figured knight takes d3 is maybe okay here, and he may be able to equalize, but there's a lot of pieces on the board after the next moves. So
yes. So guys, this is so strong, and because if knight takes c8, c takes d3, this knight is under attack, and the other one is under attack as well. Knight e7 check seems to be the only move, but this knight seems to be as good as trapped here right now, or is it? Like, let's say knight g3.
Yeah, after knight g3, maybe I have like queen e8. That's a little obscure, but queen b7. I saw the green arrow, the green square, but
if queen e8, rook c7. Let's run an engine analysis here on this, because black is certainly better here, but the engines are going to be awesome at just showing what the very yeah, so it's queen to b7, allowing this move, and then playing rook to c8 and allowing knight a5, and then rook takes check, queen to c7 attacks the knight and the bishop, and after bishop d2, there's a fantastic break here with d5 followed by queen c2 ideas, and the evaluation is minus 2.74.
Right. Black is up a healthy pawn in this position. So
with quite the initiative here too. The initiative is completely on black side. And if white went for rook takes c4 instead, with the idea of recapturing with the knight, then this looks like a good moment to play d5 again.
Right, and black keeps the bishop pair in this scenario. So
keeps the bishop pair. He takes d5, knight takes d5. This should looks like it's a bit better for black.
Yes.
Nice.
So
and with it looks like a correct, considering all the dynamic factors of the position, he probably made the right call, capture with the pawn, right? It's not a pretty structure for him, but the knight on b6 is active, and it was probably the decision to get rid of the knight for the bishop that did you feel during the game that he made the right call, taking the bishop here, or were you maybe concerned with something else?
Yes, practically speaking, this variation I thought was okay for him. I felt that trading the knight for the bishop, it's a very committal decision, of course. I guess he was just trying to liquidate and achieve like a drawing type of position or structure, I should say. But even in the end game that we had, it was still unclear. So yeah, I don't know. I figure that in this position, an alternative could possibly be c5. And I don't know if c5 works here. It's something to calculate.
Yeah. Oh, looks so. If d takes c5, then.
And then maybe now he could take on d8 and then take on a8. I don't know if this makes a huge difference.
Take on a8. But now there's an issue on either the 7th rank or the 8th rank, depending on whether we take on c5 with the bishop or the rook.
That's right.
But what about taking here and then retreating the knight to a4? So we can take with the knight here while keeping d2 protected by the bishop. But then black might play c4 because there's the back rank. Still looks a bit uncomfortable for white.
Yes, I think long term the king side was the main weakness in white's position, which allowed me to open up the center and get some play.
Do you think that Zhu might have underestimated a little bit, like that the position would still have like complications and dynamic potential even after the massive trades, and that the position would not be that drawn?
Yes, I think that was the case there, because optically it looks, quite safe, but in only a few moves, the position, the characteristics just changed. So I think he just perhaps, but it was still unclear, right, as to what he should do there. Yes. Maybe preventing b5 a little bit further was maybe his best chance.
Yes.
But
if even in this diagram here, if white is very, very defensive minded and he doesn't try a more aggressive move like queen there, like just, for example, bringing the queen here and getting ready to always protect the 7th rank if it's invaded, I mean, black seems to have a slight edge, but probably not more, right? Still.
I agree. This was a very critical moment as well in the game. Queen to e1. I did analyze this move, and I was going to spend some time. I wasn't too sure as to how to continue. And as you said, the d2 square is safe to prevent any attacks on the 2nd rank. So, of course, possibly getting the other rook into the game, rook c8, is natural, but he should be able to hold this most likely with good play.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is probably the case. And this was a little bit of a blind spot for Lin Shizu there, because so he missed knight d5, but then he missed knight f5 as well, right? He ended up falling for horizontal pinning patterns here twice within a space of just a few moves, and that is ultimately what
Right.
led to his loss there. So yeah, but this is certainly a blunder, and then knight f5 is completely winning. I guess my final question would be, how big of an advantage does black objectively have if he decided to take on e3 here, and then queen takes?
I felt that, of course, I have my pieces coming in. Perhaps the queen e1 is a good defense here. Maybe there's another move that I'm missing, or just rook 6 d2. I think that's probably the safest.
Oh yeah, because this protects the knight and rook c2.
Right. Right. So
queen to e1 would. Oh, I thought that this move would instantly win the a2 pawn, but white can still play knight to c1.
Okay. Wow.
No, but
Yeah,
no. This is lost. This is lost because queen takes, rook f c8 attacks the knight, and if this knight moves, and then this is a type of endgame where the bishop is much stronger than the knight, right? With the promotion square of the pawn already controlled there. So instead of queen e1, it should like you said, it should be the rook from d6 to d2.
Right, and I mean the only imbalance is bishop versus knight, but if this a2 pawn is secure, it's not too easy to make progress here for black. So
yeah. We'll run a final engine analysis here. So let's see. Certainly black is somewhat better. Let's see what the engine is going to say.
Okay.
Well, it's way bigger than I thought, Joshua. It's minus 1.93, and it's basically saying that black's best plan is to put this pawn on a3.
Oh wow.
And then later with the bishop on b2, it should not be possible for white to protect the a2 pawn in the long run.
Right, because the knight doesn't really have any good squares to maneuver or go to in general.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a long-term advantage on the queen side. Yep.
A long-term advantage, and white suffers from the fact that there's no conceivable counterplay either.
Correct.
Yeah, he's just waiting. So yeah, this type of win, this is something that for the audience to keep in mind when we're talking about hedgehog positions. It's really all about playing the black side of these positions, is understanding good moments to play d5, good moments to play b5, and Joshua's win here was a very nice model example on how the hedgehog can be played for a win with the black pieces by utilizing the right pawn breaks in the right timing and the willingness to calculate as well. Because once those pawn breaks can happen favorably, if you don't have your tactics in order, then just good strategy is not going to solve everything, right? You have to have a good balance of both there.
Yes.
This was a really entertaining game, Joshua. Congratulations on your win. Go get some rest, and good luck tomorrow. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you, Luis. I appreciate it. Take care.
Take care. Let's go back to Lee Chess. What a win for Joshua there. And so Jasmine has won her game as well. Let's take a look at the final moments, and it looks like we will be able to have a talk with Jasmine Su as well. This is quite the treat, guys. Let's take a look at the final few moves of her game. So we had pawn to f4. Oh, okay. So Kyle did not want to defend passively with rook f1, and then when Jasmine plays the knight to e6, Kyle had a bunch of problems with rook takes d2 followed by queen takes e4, then rook e2 and rook to d3. Okay, we'll just look at the final couple of moves here, and then we will be able to talk with Jasmine to get her own thoughts here. Queen to b2 and queen to g4. What a dagger to the heart. That attacks the rook, attacks f4, attacks g3. It's too much. It's too much at the same time. This is completely over. So the final few moves, what a vicious attack to the king. Rook to h2, captures, and rook to f5. And white has resigned in this position. Yeah, this was quite the game. Let's have a good conversation with Jasmine right now, guys. Jasmine, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. This is awesome. Congratulations on your win. That was a very impressive attack.
Thank you.
What would you say was that? So let's take a look at the final. The initial few moves here. What was the moment, would you say, Jasmine, in this game where you felt like, okay, I'm getting the advantage with the black pieces here?
I thought that after white played e4, since like it was really committal and like gave up a lot of the dark squares. So
that was the exact, yeah. So Jasmine is talking about this e4 move, and we talked about it during the broadcast here as well. And it's a great word that you use there. It's very, very committal. This is since it gives up control of the b4 square and d4. Black gets great play on the dark squares after that. Then the game got quite a bit tactical here, right? Because at this moment, after e6 and h3, there was really like no good move for you other than taking the knight on d5. But despite the fact that this is the absolute only move, it's also a pretty good one.
yeah.
So we had h takes g4, d takes c4. When you played the queen to e7, did you feel like you had an advantage here already, that you could play for a win?
Yeah, since the knight is like can go to d4 anytime, and like the white knight is like really far from d5, and white's pawn structure is kind of like broken.
That's right. Yeah. So so there are quite a few factors here favoring black. It seems to be one of those cases where there's not like one huge glaring problem that gives white a lost position here, but it's like the compound effect of a bunch of small problems. The isolated pawns on c4 and a2, the weakness of the d4 square, and the fact that that light squared bishop on b7 has a lot of long-term potential as well. After e5, and then you played rook b d8. Now white has to deal with the fact that you're controlling the open file as well. And it's I always look at this type of position, Jasmine, as situations where you run an engine analysis here, and the engines are going to say, "Oh, black is only marginally better. It's just a little bit better." But for a human player in a tournament, it's super unpleasant. It doesn't feel like it's just a little bit worse for white. It feels like white's position is worse than that due to the many problems that he's facing. And we had a pretty critical moment around move 23 and 24 where things got really tactical here. Your decision to play queen to g5 was extremely strong, and Kyle did make a right call here by protecting this pawn with rook e4 so that he at least does not weaken his position so much. Did you have anything in store had he decided to play f3 instead here in this position?
I think I would have just like continued to improve my position, like rook f e8.
Rook f e8.
It's like I don't see like a complete like one move that wins. Yeah.
So it looks like we don't have a tactical shot as black against f3, but this idea, this positional attacking idea that you found playing f5, it seems to be working very well for black on many circumstances, and I ran an engine analysis on this during the game, and the engine was asking for f5 as well in this position, and black's advantage was already like 1.1 and 1.2 around that range in this position. And rook to e4 is a lesser evil because it weakens the white king less. And then what a moment we have here when you play this fantastic move. f5 is very, very strong. Did you feel during the game that Kyle had to take on Poisson here? Perhaps?
Yeah, I think it would be better than what happened in the game, since like
because
the G pawn could like be another protector of the king, and like
there you go. Yeah. And it felt like the most resilient defense here for Kyle would have been to take on Poisson, and then kind of like to mentally embrace a completely defensive role, kind of accept that black is the one calling the shots, and let me try not to advance my pawns, like Victor Korchnoi loved to say all the time, pawns do not move back, pawns do not move back. And, you know, he was a little bit careless with the advance of this pawn to f4, when rook f1 would have been the only way white can play that you still don't have a finish. Against rook f1, this was still like the engines were asking for like something like rook to d7, so you have the flexibility of doubling the rooks anywhere, and you know, advancing the pawns with h5 and g5 with an advantage for black. But this still would have forced black to find the attack slowly and positionally. But once f4 was played, now we really are in finish him territory, and the best possible move is exactly the one that you played, Jasmine. Knight to e6, threatening rook takes d2 there. Moving the rook back to e2 was a natural thing, but giving up control of the 6th rank made this position completely unbearable. I have not analyzed this yet, but I'm wondering if this could have given him better defensive possibilities, just because rook d3 is not there yet, perhaps?
Yeah, I was still planning to like play like the idea of like g5 to like undermine the f4 pawn.
Oh yeah, this is no. There's no way white can hold this. This is perfect. This attack is fantastic. It's impossible to hold this. Rook d3 just wins the game faster, but g5 there is it finishes the game off completely. And then after queen g4, so knight f1 defends g3 and defends e2, but does not defend f4. And so there's knight takes f4 check. That's completely winning. Did you see at this point anything that he could have done, like just to prolong the battle a little bit? Because I really didn't see it.
I don't think so. There's like too many threats on like f4, e2, and g3. And yeah.
So rook f2. And possibly there are multiple ways to finish the game as well, right? It should be one of those positions where we chess players, we go back home and then we have some fun. Once we are completely sure that our way of finishing the game was completely correct, we start looking, okay, so let's look at the B way and the C way and the D way of finishing the game, because there are many possible ones here. The only way he doesn't get checkmated in one move is playing the king to h1, and then you play rook h3 check here, takes, and rook f5, and yes, there's not even any possible way to prolong the battle. It looks like the only inaccuracy that you made in the attack, according to the engines, Jasmine, was right here on move 24. G takes f5 is an uglier move structurally, but since rook f4 is running into knight e2, and any rook move on the e file runs into a quick f4, the engines were saying that this was like the deadliest way to carry out the attack. Even though you never lost the advantage here. Once you started the kingside attack, once you played the queen to g5, you never lost the advantage. And other than a small hiccup here on move 24, the attack was carried out to near perfection. So congratulations on that.
Nice.
All right, Jasmine. This was a pretty fantastic attacking game. I think your second round of the day, you should be tired, get some rest, and come back swinging tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Best of luck to you. Awesome talking to you.
Thank you.
Good night. All right, let's go back to the playing hall. Any other games have finished? What an attack by Jasmine there. What an attack by Jasmine. She was vicious there. Let's look at this just one last time. Reminded me of the good old like Jadid Polgar attacking wins in the 1990s. She's really good. So pawn to f4, knight to e6. Threatens rook takes d2. The rook retreats, but now rook d3 attacks the queen, and then queen g4 attacks everybody. Rook f2, check. Never gives him any time to breathe. Perfect. Boom, boom, rook f5. And white couldn't continue playing even if you wanted to. It's just a checkmate in a move or two. Impossible to stop. This is special. Okay. Andrew Tang is going to... we're going to have an interview with Andrew Tang here. Let's go there right now. Andrew Tang's game has already finished. Andrew Tang, thank you.
Hey.
Thank you for taking the time to speak with us here for a little bit. First of all, you made me look really silly in round number one. I said Andrew Tang is not going to win this game in round number one. And so can I at least get this from you? In that first round, was there any moment where you yourself thought you would not win that game?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought I could still go for this F4 thing, but I really wasn't sure if I would be able to win it in the end. But I did think I had chances, but yeah, I think if he defends well here, I can't win.
Yeah, it's one of those things we say, hey, no, if white defends perfectly, black cannot win. So this was a swindle. Yeah,
right.
Come on, yes, sit there and play against someone who will not accept the draw and will play for 50 more moves and try not to make one single mistake in time trouble. Because it felt like the only way he could have completely stopped the f4 idea was playing the queen to c3 specifically because it protects the
right.
Right? But other than that, and then a quick moment about the second round game.
Sure.
Against Caleb. I was mentioning to the audience, I don't recall the last time I saw someone spend 1 hour and 50 minutes to find all the best theoretical moves because you basically found the top theory up until the moment where I don't know if you know about
Interesting.
that D6 was the opening novelty here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was pretty much out of book after knight c4. I wasn't expecting the Benoni, and yeah, normally I don't play the move order with knight f3 on move 2, so
okay.
I haven't played this line in a long time, and I thought I remembered knight takes c8, but after that I was pretty much on my own, and
that,
yeah,
that was, I was mentioning to the audience because I play this version as white a lot, and it took a while to castle kingside here, right at this moment. Was there anything else you were considering here when you were thinking about castling kingside?
To be honest, not really. I was just kind of thinking about what I was gonna do after, but
okay,
yeah, I mean.
And when you play d6, I felt that part of your idea was that if you took on d6 with the queen and then you trade the queens and you take on h6, And then something like if he cannot capture the b2 pawn, then you really have better chances of converting the advantage here. I imagine during the game that this was something that you were thinking about.
Right. Yeah. No, I was definitely pretty happy about d6 practically. I wasn't sure, if I actually had much of an advantage, but yeah, it felt like at least he has to find some accurate moves for sure.
Nice, yeah, and then of course at the end there it was just a matter of like not accepting the queen trade here and going for the jugular. If I'm not mistaken, you took a while deciding what would be the best square to play the queen here, right? At this moment.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to be pretty careful. I also considered rook e4 even, but
okay.
Yeah, I felt like I played queen g5. I think was just the easiest. I was just making sure. Yeah.
Yeah, because if he defends with king f7, you can very safely give up control of the back rank with rook takes e5, and this was over. Okay, so that is that's when I wanted to talk about that game, and then today's game. So once he played d4, I'm going to open this up on the official broadcast as well here. What happened exactly here after d4? Did you take the e4 pawn?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was quite surprised by d4, but yeah, I spent some time trying to calculate whether I wanted to include e takes d4,
and then we had c takes d4, and then did you take this pawn on e4 at this point?
I took e4 without trading on d4.
Okay, so
yeah,
you took here immediately, and then he played d takes e5.
Yeah. No, he actually played knight h4, which is what I spent some time thinking about.
Okay.
Yeah, so queen f6 is also interesting for me, but I thought it was just too messy, and the game continuation, I liked my position, but.
If queen f6, the idea is to answer rook takes e4 with d5, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly.
I see.
And then there's like rook g4 and h5, and it's pretty messy. But
yeah, so this takes d5. So Andrew is talking about this position where black plays g5 and.
I was thinking h5, but
h5.
Yeah.
h5. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I kind of just gave up calculating. I wasn't sure if I was missing stuff, and I thought queen h7 was good.
I know. I know that feeling. And then what did he play after this?
So queen g4, it's the only move that.
Attack.
It gets the e6 pawn back.
And then you play knight
f6.
f6.
I pretty much have to play knight f6. Yeah.
Queen takes
e6. Rook f7. Yeah, and his pieces are just kind of very awkward. Like his queen is almost getting trapped in some lines, which is what happened in the game. His bishop and rook are kind of not doing anything. So
such an awkward position for white. How did he handle this? What was his next move here?
I think he just played bishop e3, which makes sense to try to get the bishop in.
Yeah.
But then, I think his queen is actually, in trouble of getting trapped. I think I played e4.
Oh, because after you play e4, if he's not careful, he can have some problems with the knight as well. After some
exactly.
Rook e8
G5 is a threat with rook e8. Yeah.
Okay, so let me run an engine analysis on this position because it looks like black is better, but by how much here? Let's see. Okay, so Andrew, the evaluation here was minus 1.03. So you really had a really significant advantage. The engine is saying that f4 is the lesser evil for white.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't really consider f4, but it seems like there's really no good other way to stop g5. But if he has to play f4, his dark squared bishop is dead forever, and
exactly,
it looks quite bad positionally.
It's a good sign if he has to play that.
Right.
But then what did he play here after e4?
I think he played g4, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he wants to give his knight a square on f5, but now his queen gets trapped basically after g5.
So g5, knight to f5.
Yeah, and then just d5, and now his queen has
okay.
no square.
Because if you played rook b8, he could play the queen to b3.
Right.
So you play d5.
So I have to cut off the last diagonal, and
Oh.
he can play knight g3, but his queen has one more square.
On f5.
But after rook e8, queen f5, queen g7.
Queen to g7.
I'm playing knight e7 next move, and
Oh.
after queen e6, knight g6, queen f5, knight h4.
Knight h4.
His queen's getting trapped, and I don't think he can stop it here.
And so after did he play knight g3 after d5?
Yeah.
So this happened. Queen f5, queen to g7.
Yeah. I think he just played like f3 here, but
Oh, okay. F3, then knight e7, queen e6.
yeah, and then queen e6, knight g6. Yeah. I actually am forgetting if he played queen f5. But yeah, I forget I forget what he played here actually.
But yeah, but
my short-term memory. But queen f5, knight h4 is winning. Yeah.
This is completely winning. Andrew, I've been competing for 28 years myself. I know playing 2 games like this must have you really, really tired right now. Go get some rest, please.
Thanks.
And best of luck in your games tomorrow. We will be rooting for you. Your game is like entertaining. It's enterprising. It's very instructive to watch. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good night, Andrew. Bye-bye.
Night.
One thing I did not mention in that interview is that he has made me suffer quite a bit with bullet play online. I have gone through different stages in my own chess playing journey where I got hooked into bullet play. And whenever I would binge bullet games, bullet tournaments, I would eventually be paired up against Andrew Tang. And he gets the best of me the vast majority of the time. Well, in my defense, I've not been playing bullet anymore, so it's been a long time since I last lost to Andrew Tang, because it's been a long time since I last played him. The Chess Master Brent, where can I watch the games? We are utilizing the Lee Chess stream, friend. You can go to Lee Chess and broadcast. We are utilizing that for the stream. And one thing about Andrew Tang's games, you see that every single one of his games, like there's a lot of energy that he puts into it, and he understands chess at such a high level that even against this level of competition, he manages to win clean games where he really, really thoroughly outplays the opponent. And this is something really special in today's day and age where everybody's playing chess well, and it's like everybody is getting used to getting their hands dirty more. Like, let's win an ugly game, an ugly back and forth game, but let's just get that W. Nowadays, we don't get to win so many clean games as we used to in the past. And this is what's so special about Andrew. You look at his games, it's like, whoa, now that was clean. That was, whoa, that was a chess lesson. Was that a game? That was a chess lesson with a beginning, a middle, and an end, he is in very, very good form. And there's a lot to learn from his play. So let's take a look at the final few moves. He did not remember the final few moves. Oh, okay, because his opponent, Leif Pressman, played the queen to e5 and not e6. And then we had knight g6, knight to f5, knight takes e5, knight takes g7, and knight takes f3 check as an intermediate move. Before picking up the knight on g7, he was up a piece, and this is why Leif Pressman resigned. Andrew was so tired. I really wanted to let him go there because he was doing his best, to analyze the game with us and give us his impressions and everything. But when a player at that level goes, I don't remember exactly how the game I just played ended, believe me, he is he's tired. He needs to get some rest. Let's take a look at Kamrakulov versus Bortnik. We stopped at move 22 here when knight b4 was played. I was singing Bortnik's defensive praises with his decision to play the queen to e6, which looked like fantastic defensive skills. It's like he's trying to convince Kamrakulov to get a small positional advantage by giving up his pressure altogether. And Kamrakulov decided to oblige. We have bishop f6, knight to c6, rook to a8, and rook to d7. I was wondering, why did Bortnik give up control of the 7th rank? Because this rook can go to c6 and attack the knight. Maybe he was annoyed at the possibility that the knight could go back to b4 and attack a6, and then maybe he would have to go back to a7 all over again. So rook to a8, rook to d7, rook to e8, bishop to f4. Knight to d6. Rook to e1. Rook ac8. Knight takes c7 check. Kamrakulov is really bringing it today, you know? He's really bringing it today. Bishop takes d6, bishop f6, b4, bishop d4. Bishop c7 and e5. King f1, rook to f8, f3, and rook to f4. Kamrakulov is cleanly up a pawn here. He plays a rook to e4, rook takes and check. And so he has decided it's time to start advancing the king towards the center, utilizing the light squares. And Bortnik is trying to get some counterplay with rook b2. But if you look at Bortnik's body language there, we have the live video feed for board number 2. And bishop d6 has just been played by Kamrakulov there, protecting the pawn. You see that Bortnik is really giving it away with his body language that he doesn't like his position at all, and that he is probably on his way to lose his first game of the tournament. Let's take a look at Kevin George versus Aditya. The game ended in a draw. We looked at it up until move 17 when king h1 was played, and then we had king to f8, knight c4, and king to g7, bishop to g5, and knight to e4. Then pawn to d6. He gets that pawn advance in. Looks very strong. The queen goes to a7. And now he plays bishop to h4. Black plays f5. And then he plays the queen to d5. Trying to make something happen on this diagonal with the queen and the light squared bishop. Knight f6. And bishop takes f6 check, knight takes f6, and queen takes e5. what a difficult game this is. I'm just looking at it quickly here. I can get a sense of the level of difficulty of all the variations that these two guys had to calculate. Looks like a really tough position to navigate for both. And then rook to e4 and queen to f3. Knight to g4 and pawn to h3. Knight f2 check and king to h2. Now Kevin is the one struggling here. We had rook takes c4 followed by bishop takes d6 check, pawn to g3 and pawn to h4. This looks so strong for Aditya, and this game ended in a draw. Let's see how that happened. Rook queen to d5 and rook takes h3 sacrifices the bishop there. There is no check on f7, and if queen g8 check, king h6, queen h8 check, king to g5, and the knight protects the rook here. How awesome is this? Queen takes d6 was played. Queen e3 and rook to e1. Check. King to f1. Check and rook takes e1. Rook takes, queen takes, and queen d4 check. Kevin seems to have been pretty lucky to be able to escape with a draw. Did this happen, though, with queen d6? Because queen d6, maybe this is a DGT board mistake, because this completely loses the game. There's queen h1 check, king takes g3, knight e4. So I'm going to assume that that did not happen, and that instead he went for queen h4 check, repeating moves, and that's actually how we got the draw. I'm going to assume that. Going for National Master is following us, and so is Clovads. You guys are very welcome. Great to have you here. Nathaniel Moore has won his second game in as many games today as he has defeated the 13-year-old international master Eshan Hebar. Let's take a look at what happened there. We looked at the opening. I had mentioned the result of the opening was very, very strong for Black. So Black has two types of approaches here. Black can try c5. But even if Black opens up the c file, the rook and the bishop, they're not going to be very active. So many specialists, as Black in this line, like to play b5 instead, because that puts Black's light squared bishop to use better. C takes b5 and then knight f6, and this knight will have access to d5. Queen e3, bishop takes b5, rook to c1, knight to d5, and bishop takes d5. Yeah, because if white does not take here and Black plays knight takes f4, queen takes f4, bishop g5 is going to win the exchange, and that cannot be good at all. That has to be completely lost. So bishop takes d5 is what we call a sad necessity. White would normally not want to give up his light squared bishop like that, but he has been forced to do so. Knight to c3 and queen to d7. Well, in White's defense, Black is nowhere near being able to create an attacking pattern around the light squares on the king side, at least not for a while. a4, bishop a6, and knight to e4. It doesn't look like white has that bad of a position. Not super pleasant either, but you know, when you give up the light squared bishop like that, you wonder if something is terribly wrong with the position. And that would be the case if black could somehow open up this diagonal to his advantage. Rook f d8, bishop e3. Queen to d5, and knight to c5. Bishop to e2, rook to c2, and bishop to f3. b4 and queen f5. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. See what happens here. Nathaniel Moore has been able to turn things around and viciously attack the king side. Hebar got a bit careless with his protection of the light squares and has allowed this maneuver. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and rook b8. Rook to c1 and rook to b2. Bishop to f4 and bishop to d5. Queen to f1 and pawn to g5. And this is just over, and white resigned. Wow. Another great attacking game by Moore. Wow, two fantastic attacking victories today. What a great day for Nathaniel Moore. Beautiful. White resigned because moving the bishop anywhere and then queen f3, this is over. This is just over. Pretty impressive. Let's take a look at board number 6 with Brian Lynn. We had stopped on move 18 when he played the bishop to d2 in his game against the Irish player John Hughes. Bishop h6, rook c1, king f8, and a4. King g7 and a5. Yeah, so this is the type of pawn structure that white wants to build. This is very strategically sound. But whenever white plays b5, that gives up control of the c5 square, which can instantly be occupied by the black knight. So it's actually a positional disaster if white allows that to happen. Black strikes back with b6. Interesting. A takes b6, queen takes b6. Queen a1 and king to h7. Bishop to f3, bishop to g7, and queen to a3. e4, bishop to e2. These positions are so sharp. Black's position is weak. I mean, black's pawns are weak, right? The one on a6, which can be attacked by queen and bishop. The one on h3, which can be attacked by this bishop. And since this bishop is protecting c4, f3, and d3, that means black's knight on e5 can't do all that much. So by the looks of it, Brian Lynn is slowly squeezing John Hughes here. Bishop h6, knight g4. Bishop g5 and rook d1. f5, bishop to d4. So he gains the tempo against the queen to play the knight to e3 in a way that's safe. Nice. And I mean, the knight can go to e3 safely, because if knight e3 now, of course, black can play bishop takes e3, followed by queen takes e3 check. So he plays bishop d4 to gain a tempo on the queen to play knight e3 next, and this looks good. Then knight h6 and pawn to c5. Good moment to play pawn to c5 here. Fantastic strategic game by Brian Lin here so far. Brian. F4, g takes f4, bishop takes f4, knight to g4. So he wants to attack this pawn with the queen now. Black plays the queen to h4 to defend it. Knight takes h6 and king takes h6. Whoa. John Hughes might have turned the tables on Brian Lin here. He might have turned the tables on Brian Lin. Black is getting a lot of counterplay, but we're going to take a look at board number 2, because Kamrakolov has indeed handed Bortnik his first defeat in the tournament. Mikola Bortnik has resigned. We had looked at bishop d6, now h5, bishop c5, h4, h3, takes, and rook b7. Yeah, now there's this passed pawn, and there's the possibility of passing a pawn on the a file like this as well. Not to mention the weakness of the pawn on d4. There's no way this endgame can be held, especially with black's king cut off like that. e6, king f8, h takes g4, rook takes g2, pawn to b5, check. Rook takes g4, check. Rook to a4. And after a7, this is when Bortnik resigned his game. With his king cut off, of course, even if he takes the pawn here with a check, the king goes to f6, threatening a checkmate in 1. White is easily going to get at least the promotion of the pawn. So Kamrakolov has another mean Alipin victory, and tomorrow in round number 4, we are most likely going to have Andrew Tang playing the white pieces against Kamrakolov. Let's take a look at the battle between Liam Putnam and Michael Rode. We saw that when the veteran GM played d5, he had a very good position. Let's see how Liam Putnam responded. We have h3, knight a5, bishop takes d7, queen takes d7. b4, knight c6. Queen to c2, rook a d8, rook a d1. a6 and a3. So this is a nice and solid position for Michael Rode. And now he plays the rook to e6. This really surprises me. I don't really... Is that necessary? Looks like black has completely equalized with d takes c4, d takes c4, queen to e6, and like zero problems, I think. I think it's zero problems. Looks like zero problems. What's the idea behind that? Maybe he wants to play d takes c4, and after d takes c4, play the rook to d6, perhaps, or maybe he's just playing a useful waiting move. We had a4, b6, b5, a takes b5, and knight a5, and then c4. d4 and bishop to d2. Knight to b7 and rook to a1. Liam Putnam wants to invade the 7th rank, but still doesn't look like an advantage for White. Michael Rode has a really, really solid position. White completely dominates the a file, but there's not a whole lot on the a file to attack. Black still seems very, very solid. The knight on c5 is excellent. Knight to e1 and queen to d1. Bishop to d6 and rook to f8. I did not expect h4 to be played here. Interesting. h4, h5. It's certainly not a big mistake for black to play like this, but then white is probably going to go for the g5 square, which might not be a whole lot either. Knight g4, h5, queen to e6. Bishop b4, rook to c8, and queen to f3. Still seems very solid for both, but Putnam has 3 times as much time on the clock as his opponent. Queen f3, knight f6, knight to c2. Michael Rowe decides to take on h5. I really did not expect that because that worsens black's pawn structure ever so slightly. If queen takes h5, there's knight takes d3. So maybe bishop takes c5 first, followed by queen takes there. It's been a while since we looked at board number 4, where Aaron Jacobson is playing Nicholas Mata. We had that super interesting position after he fianchettoed his bishop on b2 on move 16. And I was trying to calculate how ready white is or is not to capture e4 here. Rook a d8, rook a e1. Rook d7 and knight takes e4. Bishop takes b2. Ha, that's interesting. Since bishop takes f6 is getting mated, black has to take with the pawn. Takes on b7. This all seems forced. Takes on g5. Queen takes b2. And rook to d4. Queen to e2. Is knight takes b5 not possible because of the queen attack against b7? I was wondering if it was possible one move earlier. Queen f6, bishop to e4, rook f d8. Okay. Now a position has been built where this bishop is so much stronger than this knight. Chess lover, happy holiday season to you as well and to all of us. I love this time of the year. I must admit I have never been a huge Christmas guy, but I'm a huge New Year's guy. I love the New Year's. It's like what it represents. You can stop to think about everything that you did and who you were in the last year. And it's almost like you get to recreate yourself anew. What is the best version of myself for the next cycle? And then there's a bit of a clean slate. And that's New Year's for me. Didier is asking, is the D file not more important? I don't think so. I don't think so, because as long as this king, for example, stays on h1 and this diagonal is covered by the bishop, there might not be anything for black to truly attack here. I mean, at least not the white king, whereas with queen takes g4 check, the black king is getting supremely weak. Queen h5, rook d7, bishop to c6. The knight, of course, is protecting the e8 square, so that's not available. Queen to e2, rook takes f4, of course, nice. King h1. Why king h1? Why not takes the rook and plays rook f1, huh? Queen d4 check, king to g2. This looks pretty good as well. With king h1, rook takes f1 check, rook takes f1, and queen to e7. Still a torture for black because this knight's not playing. And this king is always weak and this pawn is always isolated. White dominates this. Nicholas Mata really is dominating Aaron Jacobson in this game. Whether he's going to be able to translate that into a win, of course, remains to be seen. Rook to f7, bishop to d7, queen a8, bishop c6, queen f8, and rook to d2. Rook f8 and queen to d6. Fantastic move by Nicholas. Nicholas is going to win. Check. King h3, queen f6. Then he takes on f8 and then he takes on c7. Okay, Nicholas Mata is defeating Aaron Jacobson. Quite the game too. Quite the game. It looked like Aaron was never truly able to equalize here. But I'm going to check with the engines if those knight takes b5 ideas worked. So I spotted two possible moments. When rook d4 was played, this was there. And one move later, knight takes b5 was still there. So let's look at this. Queen takes b2, rook to d4. Okay, it works. Yeah. So it works tactically for black. So black plays knight takes b5. And then white plays the bishop to c6, forking the rook and the knight. And black plays knight d4, attacking the bishop. And there's knight f3 check. Bishop takes d7, knight f3 check, king to g2, knight takes e1 check, rook takes e1, queen takes d7, and black is actually up a pawn. I don't think that pawn is going to mean anything. We have queen e5 attacking both g5 and e6, and white has to have a good position, but white probably only has enough compensation to equalize. And one move later, it was also possible. So here, knight takes b5. C takes b5, queen takes b7, queen takes e6 check, queen f7. And this is an equal endgame. 3 major pieces and 5 pawns to each player. So Brian Lynn was outplaying John Hughes, but then allowed the opponent to get back into it. So I wanna check this moment when black plays f4. He played So his reply was g takes f4. Was there anything else to do? This is super complicated, but white could just move the knight and allow f3 to be played. Play the bishop to f1, target this pawn. Because we have the bishop, the knight, and the queen and the pawn, everybody protecting the white position against the advance of this pawn to e3, and black not having the light squared bishop. He's going to pay the price for missing such an important piece in his position, and white should have a huge advantage. Bishop takes f4, knight to g4. There is no need to play this move, and it, knight g4 made it possible for black to push e3. This was a mistake. This move was a mistake by Brian. He wanted to capture the pawn on h3. That was a bit hasty. Maybe he did not predict that his opponent was going to play queen h4. And his lack of control over the e3 square is what ended up allowing black to make this push. Didier asking, can you look e3 instead of f3? Let's do that. Because I thought about that myself. So our friend Didier is mentioning once knight c4 is played, so once it's clear that this is not working for black, what about instead of f3, what if black plays e3? Can you confirm, Didier, if this is what you're asking, this exact diagram? This is what I understood. Yeah, and then, but now there's knight takes d6, picking up the central pawn and forking the rooks. And we can trust this bishop to protect f2. If black plays, he takes f2 check. Is there anything that black can do here? I don't see anything. Yeah, this still looks very good for white. And then a while later, just playing the king to h1 and vacating g1 for the rook, keeping this idea here out in the open to be able to capture the pawn on h3 later on. All of that. Brian still had an advantage here. But once black plays e3, now white is the one who needs to be careful. And he made the decision to sacrifice the exchange. That also surprises me. Yeah, because if bishop takes, there's queen check and a possible checkmate here. And how does this work if we make a run with the king towards this area of the board? Because if king f1, there's a check, and then queen takes f2. And this looks so good for black. This looks so good. Looks winning. So he's given up the exchange, And he's going for a hike with the king anyway. Check, bishop f1, d takes c5, b takes c5, bishop takes e3, bishop takes e3. This is crazy difficult. Check, king h7 and c6. Wow. How did this game end in a draw? So 95, queen a4. Check. Oh. Rook to e4. Well, since the game it's reported to have ended in a draw, I'm going to assume that what really happened was a draw by repetition here. We'll see. But this game has ended in a draw as well. I am going to assume that the players, the games that are finishing right now, this must be really grueling for them. And I would completely understand if like nobody wants to do interviews for the rest of today's round. Like the end of round 2 during these types of tournaments, this is when everybody is like, can you just take me to my bed, please? No, let's have an interview here. Let's talk about some more chess for 15 minutes. No, I played 9 hours today. Yeah, 15 minutes more. Please, no. Please, no. Had an idea. How about no? I will be pleasantly surprised if any of these last guys here, it's like, no, yeah, let's do an interview. I would be very, very pleasantly surprised. We only have 2 games ongoing. Nicholas Matter versus Aaron Jacobson. Queen takes f8. And he decided not to take the knight on c7, but trade the queens instead. Well, well, well. So he must have assessed this endgame as completely winning. Or maybe he thought that if he takes the knight, he would allow the opponent to deliver a perpetual check. But there's no way. There's no way. There's no way because the checks end very quickly. Queen f5 check, g4. No check here, no check there. The check has to be on f1. Then the bishop goes here. The only check is on d3. And now the king goes here. Or the queen comes here. And then no more checks. And if queen h6 with the idea of queen to d2. Oh, okay. So maybe that is what bothered him. Maybe it's not so simple to get out of this. Oh, but we can probably do something like playing the king to g2, then f3, then f4 and bishop e4 is what I'm thinking. Then check. And then, yes, then we can do that and hide the king there. Yeah, but this is This is an ordeal. This is an ordeal. Queen takes f8. So he decided to trade the queens and go for the minor piece endgame with the understanding that Black's knight is a really bad minor piece and that is going to guarantee a tactically winning endgame, which might be correct. h6, h5. Knight here. G takes h6 and king takes and king to f5. Bishop h7 and king to g5. This is getting weird. This is getting weird. This is getting a bit weird. So this is what I'm thinking that might be. This is what I'm thinking that might be a key aspect of this endgame. Because clearly White's king is much better positioned than Black's, right? And the goal is to take the king to b8 and take each one of these pawns. However, when we take this pawn, if Black can play knight a4 and defend the other one, Black should not lose unless we play bishop c2 to attack it. So if Black can take his king to d2 to take control of the c2 square, then Black might be able to afford losing the a7 pawn, because if he plays knight a4 and White cannot play the bishop to c2, this could hold. And so because of that, it looks like Nicolas Matter should have played the bishop to c2 to control a4. Let's take a look at what happened, because it's almost unthinkable that Nicolas Matter is not going to get a win, but he might not get a win here. He might not get a win. And it looks like Aaron Jacobson figured it out, and he's taken his king to d2 to take c2 away from the bishop. Or is he taking the king to d4 to pick up this pawn? King D2. Whoa, I don't think Jacobson loses this anymore. I don't think Jacobson loses this thing anymore. Nicholas Matta is not going to have a good night's sleep. Well, well, well. You can see it in Nicholas's body language there. The longer-haired player on board number 4. Something about his body language goes, is this for real? I'm not going to win? I'm not going to win. Apparently he's not going to win. There's the other game left is Grandmaster Michael Road. Plain black against Liam Putnam. We had stopped on move 37. Bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen takes h5. And rook to g8. Knight to e1 and rook to g5. So white is probably somewhat better. If white can play knight f3, h4, and f5, the advantage is going to be huge. The knight is going to become much stronger than black's dark squared bishop. Queen f3, bishop to b4. Knight c2 and bishop here. Okay, so this is not so simple. Black has been able to attack the knight before it gets a chance to go to the king side. So Putnam's decision to play the queen to f3, a square which should have belonged to the knight, might not have been optimal. Well, queen h3 is not possible because of the pin. And queen h4 does not protect this pawn. So here's a thought, and a really crazy one at that. Maybe this is a very good move for white. Protect g2, does not occupy the f3 square for the knight. If black doubles up, nothing is being threatened because g2 is well defended, so we can just go ahead and play rook takes c7 anyway. Rook to g5, queen to f3, bishop to b4. Knight c2, bishop c3, rook to a8. Queen to g6, rook to a7. King to g7 and pawn to g3. Equal material. But white is the only one playing for a win here. d8. Check and f3. Okay, so if white is playing f3, it's very unlikely that white's going to win. White would rather wait for queen takes f3 to be produced so he can execute this maneuver right here. This is instead what white should be going for. I mean, ideally, right? It's not that it was a mistake of Liam's not to play it, but that's ideally what he should have been going for. So he does finally take his knight to f5, but that now happens in a setting where black seems to be, like the French like to say, hors danger, out of danger. Aha. Y'all didn't expect to listen to a little French at 10 p.m. on a Friday after 9 hours of broadcast, did you? I think both of these games are going to end in draws. Well, Michael Rode does have very slightly the worst position because that knight is better than the bishop. Rook to h8. Let's go back to Nicholas Matta. We had stopped at bishop f5 right here. Knight a4, king takes a7, king to c3, and king to a6. King to b3, bishop to a6, c3, and we are just having a repetition. This should be a draw between Nicholas Matta and Aaron Jacobson. Especially because the same diagram has already been repeated 3 times. It does look like that game ended in a draw, and Nicholas Matta is really going to regret his decision of not taking the knight on move 41. He must have seen a ghost there. He thought that this was going to be a draw by repetition, perhaps, but that was a miscalculation on his part. And he was instead completely winning just up a piece. So the last game is Putnam versus Rode. Knight f3, rook to g8. Rook to a7. Putnam is still trying to make something happen here. You see his body language there. Poker players and their body language talk, right? But he's not very satisfied with the proceedings. He knew he had winning chances, and that he could have played this knight versus bishop battle a little bit better. And maybe not win, but, you know, make his opponent suffer more. And he has not been able to do it. And there are several types of frustration in chess. One very specific type of frustration is, I'm okay with this game ending in a draw, but I did not make my opponent suffer as much as he should have suffered. It's like, hey, we're still talking about a draw. Yeah, but he should have suffered more. He didn't suffer enough. He didn't suffer enough. That's not cool. Grandmaster Michael Rode is in fine form. And he's on his way to get a nice result. A draw as black against a 2400 rated international master on the rise. Liam Putnam is playing better chess than 2403. And he can very easily be on his way to become a GM. He's that good. And he wants to win. He just played G4. Meaning that the 50 move rule has been reset. So G4, bishop D6, rook to A1. You see the players getting new score sheets there. I'm going to assume the score sheets that they're filling up, they are meant to record the game up until move 60. The position that we have on the board here is the exact same one that they have on the live feed. So Liam Putnam trying to decide what to do. Michael Rode has just played his rook back to h8 one more time, indicating very clearly that he's just fine with the draw, with waiting. And if Liam Putnam really wants to make something happen, it's up to him. Okay. Putnam wants to trade the rooks and have a bare minor piece endgame. And Michael Rowe didn't hesitate to trade. He's very confident that the minor piece endgame is drawn, and he's completely right. There's no way the good knight versus bad bishop scenario is good enough for white. White can put real pressure here. There's just no way. I would be extremely surprised if this does not end in a draw. King to g6. On paper, this knight is a bit better than this bishop, but there's just one weakness, and it's super easy to defend. I'm not going to go as far as saying that it's silly of Liam's that he's still trying, because I said something of the sort with Andrew Tang's game in round number 1, and he won that game. So I'll just shut up. That being said, it's silly to it's pretty silly to keep trying. G5. Probably F6 now for Michael. And that's what he did. One more exchange will put black a bit closer to a draw. King G3. So the plan for Putnam here, if he wants to make something happen, is yes, to play the king to h5 and then put the knight on g4 with the check, and then start approaching this pawn with the king. Ideally, he wants knight and king to be able to attack e5. Bishop to e3 has been played by Michael Rode. He has less than 1 minute on the clock, has been playing under quite some time pressure. Knight h4. I expected Putnam to go for knight h2, knight g4 check instead. Bishop f4. And Liam Putnam, I don't think he's doing one of those things where you pretend to be playing for a win. You know, he's very aware that he can't lose this. There's no way he loses this endgame. So he's the only one that can win. It's not likely that he's going to win, but given the risk-free situation, he'll take it. king to e7. Attacks the knight and takes away e6 and d7. It's still possible for white to have practical chances, normal and super, and it is definitely drawn objectively. But as I was mentioning earlier, Liam is not pretending that he's trying to win. He's really trying to win. Knight's better than the opponent's bishop. Classic good knight versus bad bishop. And the fact that Michael Rode is playing with less than 1 minute on his clock makes it possible for white to induce his opponent into making a mistake. King g4 looks like a good move. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. He has been able to take the king to f5 here. Guys, this was the positioning of the kings earlier. And this is drawn. And this is drawn. This is Liam's going to win. This makes all the difference in the world. He has been able to outsmart Mike Rode in time trouble. He plays the knight to g5, and against king d6, he plays knight f7. He picks up the pawn on e5. Okay, now Liam has been able to infiltrate inside Michael Rode's position too much. Black is in all likelihood going to really get zugzwang here and lose. White just needs to figure out the right way. Probably if white can play this king to f6 and then the knight to f7 with a check, attacking the king and e5, this is going to be a win. So he attacks Michael Rode's bishop now, gaining a tempo. Rode plays the bishop to h2. I think white is now winning. One of the ideas is to play the knight to c6 and leave the king here. So there are two attackers against e5. Black is reduced to making waiting moves, and then the knight goes from c6 to d8 to f7 with a check and picks up the pawn on e5. Then Michael Rode, losing that pawn, he's probably going to go on a, or at least he might go on a desperate attempt to get some counterattack in this direction, trying to pick up Liam's d3 pawn. But it's certainly going to be too slow. The king is too slow for that type of a task. If Liam plays a knight to c6, that means he found a way. King f7, bishop to g3. Three minutes for Liam, 1 minute for Michael. It's been like this for a while. F7, bishop to g3. Liam's really thinking about it. It's not the king that should be on f7, it's the knight. This plan with the king on f6, and if bishop h4 check, the king goes to f5, and then play knight to c6, d8, and f7. This plan seems to win the game. Even Liam's body language changed. Take a look. He's in predator mode now. Inclining his body towards the chessboard. Crossing his arms. Fully focused, meaning business. And now Michael Rode is the one that has created a little physical space between himself and the chessboard, looking at it like, oh, this kid's got some endgame skills, and I can't believe I'm actually going to lose this thing. Now, if black plays bishop f4, there's knight takes d4 for white. But if bishop h2, knight d8, bishop h2 has been played. Now, if white plays knight d8 and knight f7, black should probably try to do this as a last-ditch resort. And he's found it. King to e7. Trying to take f7 away. Knight to e6. Now c7 is a problem as well. King d6 will defend it. But then we'll have knight g5. Superb endgame technique by Liam here. Playing this endgame like a grandmaster. Now, if black tries to go for the counterplay idea, which I still believe is what he should go for, then instead of knight f7, Liam will play the knight to f3. Yes, Michael Rode has to go for it. He's not happy that he's got to do this, but the king has to make the long journey towards c3 to try to pick up the d3 pawn. Otherwise, black simply loses all of his pawns one by one. Liam is going to play the knight to f3 because it gains a tempo against the bishop here. And this might not still be super simple. After knight f3, bishop g3, knight takes c5, king b4. This is sheer desperation, but I still don't see a super clear win for white. He didn't play knight f3. He didn't do it. He didn't do it, huh? This move is odd. This move is so odd. Now bishop f4, and this knight is not going to e6. So bishop f4, knight f3, king to b4, knight takes c5, bishop takes c5, king takes c5, king to c3. And black might hold. King to b4. Ay, 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 ay. Knight f3. Bishop moves, takes on e5, bishop takes, king to c3. And then we're off to the races, but black should be okay, given the fact that his soon-to-be passed pawn is already on the 5th rank. Okay, but Liam understands that, and he decides not to take the pawn. This is incredibly risky, guys. Liam wants to play this thing for a win at all costs, and Liam. A draw is okay. You don't have to play for a win at all costs. Liam is lost. Is this for real? Takes on e4. C takes b6 is not going to work because he's going to lose the knight, and then we're going to have e4 check, and the bishop will attack b8. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Liam. Michael Road is like, I'm going to get a win out of this? Yeah. I can confirm, I have just confirmed with the engines that at this moment right here on move 87, Liam Putnam had a winning position. So King A6 was a very serious mistake. Knight F3 was winning. After Bishop G3 and Knight takes E5, Black does not have the time to take and try this maneuver because we pick up a second pawn and promote the other one. So after Knight takes E5, King to B4, Knight to F7 takes this square away from the opponent's bishop, so the pawn can be advanced quickly. If Bishop D6, we just take the bishop and push the pawn to E7, and that's a win. Or Black plays the bishop to H4, but that allows Knight G5, and that's a win as well. Liam was winning. Now, after he played C5, King takes E4, Knight D2 check, King to D3. They've been playing for 4.5 hours. That's, of course, even more grueling for the other player, typically. Knight F1, Bishop F4, King takes B6, and E4. But now Michael Rode knows he has won the game. He's playing quickly and confidently, and Liam Putnam, there's no way he survives this anymore. He might resign the game at any moment. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. You just see it in his body language that this can't be real. He's going to resign the game at any moment now. Knight takes E3 has been played. Knight takes e3, d takes e3. King to b7, pawn to e2, b6. Promotes, c7, queen e4 check, and king to a7. This is like mate in a few territory now. Probably queen to c6. Queen to c6. This is move 100. We might have Liam's resignation on move 100, and there you go. Liam Putnam resigns the game. And Michael Rode, the veteran, has defeated the youngster in a 100 move battle. Liam Putnam got to taste a little bit of that old veteran grandmaster venom, where you play a long game with them, and for most of the game, it looks like you're dominating. It looks like you're calling their shots. They are past their prime, but then you make just like one mistake you shouldn't have, and then the lion within awakens, and then you unfortunately get a reminder of who they are, who they were, what they're capable of. I have been there. And the mistake we can make sometimes is, celebrating the victory a bit early, and concluding before the game is over that we're the better player. And it happens. We are competitive chess gladiators, and this can happen to any one of us. Like, I definitely don't hold this against Liam Putnam. He's very young. He's ambitious. He wants to climb the ladder. He wants to become a grandmaster. He wants to win games. And he gave it his best shot. He did get a completely winning position at some point. What he might really, really regret was this moment right here, because he knows he gets a draw with knight takes c5. He knows that for sure. He plays the king to d7. I might be wrong, but it felt to me like Liam knew that knight takes c5 was going to end in a draw, so he played a move that doesn't end in a draw. And then Black's king gets far too active. Got a feel for him, but you also feel happy for Grandmaster Michael Rode, scoring a very, very important win as Black. And this grueling 4.5 hour long 100 move game was the second game of the round. So Michael Rode gets to go home, get some rest, and play round number 4 with the white pieces after a good night's sleep. So this is a good moment for Michael Rode, and I'm really, really happy for him. So round number 4, Saturday, tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. We've had over 9 hours of chess coverage today. This was so cool. Thanks for everybody who put up with me during all of this time, even in small portions. We will see you again for 2 more fantastic rounds. Oh, Elise, what a gift that you appear at the very end, just as I was saying goodbye. Elise is one of the usual suspects, and these broadcasts are just not the same if she's not around. Tudo bem, Elise, tudo bem. Nice to talk to you again. We were just talking about the pretty dramatic end to this long, grueling 100-move battle. I imagine that everybody is super tired. This was the end of today's broadcast, guys. This was really, really cool. I can't wait until tomorrow. And we will see who's going to walk away with the title. But at the moment, Andrew Tang is simply on a level of his own, playing a different brand of chess that is hard to catch up. But Kamrakulov did score a fantastic win against Bortnik, and we will have, most certainly, Kamrakulov versus Andrew Tang locking horns tomorrow. So this is really the one can't miss battle of this tournament, and hopefully they will go for it. They will go at it, the two of them. Good night, everyone. I will see you tomorrow, Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, and don't you dare not be here. I'll talk to you very, very soon. See you guys. Boa noite.